taken, so that'll be the end of the over. 3 runs coming off it, 109 for 2.
Two changes in the Bangladesh side today. Mushfiqur missing out through injury and Rishad Hossain left out, the leg spinner. Jaka Ali coming in for his one-day international debut, and the left-arm spin of Nasmul Ahmed also in the side.
Good spell of bowling. Two outstanding characters played a pivotal role in the rise of Afghanistan cricket. Nabi and Rashid bowling in tandem. Good, accurate bowling.
Well, that's spot on, Devinder, because since the drinks break, they haven't really given away anything to Bangladesh. Adding to that, they've also taken 1 wicket, sending Set Shomer Sarkar back. In his 42 delivery since the boundary's been hit. Quick run taken. That's not bad from Bangladesh. It's important that you keep rotating the strike. And for that, you gotta run hard and try and put pressure on the fielders that are closing in inside the circle.
Also, given the fact that they must be thinking about getting through this spell from Rashid Khan. And look to keep wickets in hand to capitalize in the last 10 overs or so. He has always been biggest threat in the game. Rashid Khan has already taken a wicket as well. He has settled into beautiful rhythm.
I wonder what the thinking is coming around the wicket to bowl at Shanto. Is it another mind game that they want to play and make a bluff, play a bluff? Oh, almost a catch into the hands of the slip. And that will be a good 2-run. You know, one of the things that they were discussing is looking at the bounce of the wicket. Is it that you may want to bring the slip fielder a little closer because there's not much of a bounce, so there won't be enough a carry? Would it be that you bring a helmet to the slip fielder and ask him to even step in a couple of steps closer?
In terms of where that slip fielder is, often if it's an experienced slip fielder, he should be able to read the game himself and know where to stand. He might get some guidance from his keeper as well. Gulbuddin Naib is the man at slip.
Lovely.
And you want experience. He's just about the most experienced in this side. 23 overs gone, 112 for 2. Six bowlers used so far. Mohamed Nabi's got through 6 overs so far. Only in 3 of the last 10 one-day internationals that he's played has he bowled his full quota of 10. And on one of those occasions, one of those matches, he didn't bowl at all.
Bit of innovation, but now he's bowling so slow through the air, so he's not giving the pace to work with, to get it fine, to get a boundary. 79 km/h, that's the speed.
Well, one team being very stingy with taking their reviews lose a chance for Set Shomer Sarkar not taking that review, missing on that big time. This was pitching outside the leg stump, and Shomer Sarkar will have been there. On the contrary, Afghanistan being very generous with taking their reviews and burning boards.
See from that last replay there that he was quite some way away from the line of the ball, and that was the issue. He couldn't quite see where it had pitched. Really fine margins. It's almost less than the width of a ball.
Yeah, you can tell from Shanto's angle, he's not standing in the ideal position to be able to... Quick single taken off the misfield, but they will make it comfortably. Yeah, he was not in a position to really be able to view it as to if it was pitching outside the leg stump. Had he been on the other end.
Pressure mounting. Runs hard to come by, trying to manufacture singles and twos. 3 singles from this over.
It was Karote fielding then. We haven't seen him with the ball yet.
Karote likes bowling on this pitch. Has been fantastic ground for him to take wickets. It's been a happy hunting ground for him, and his spell is going to critical in defining the fortunes of Afghanistan cricket team in this game. Four singles already from this over. They will collect another one. 5 singles coming from the over. 24 overs gone here at Sharjah in the second one internationals. Bangladesh 117 for 2.
Well, some gradual progress for Bangladesh, but a good fight back in particular from Afghanistan, led by that LBW that they got going in their favour. For Rashid Khan, it was as much as anything his appeal and how convinced he was with that appeal that got him the decision. And finally, we will see the 7th bowler introduced. That's going to be Nangalia Karote. 8 wickets in his short ODI career thus far. Not one but 2 legends of Asian cricket joining me, Ramiz Raja, Attar Ali Khan. Gents, the game is kind of finely poised, isn't it?
Yes, I think it's a good contest so far. Bangladesh have not really put in the towel against spin, which is great. Another partnership is beginning to brew, 18 of 32. What is great about Afghanistan cricket is that, you know, you see a lot of varieties, variations, the right arm variation and the left arm variation, but one thing is pretty constant: the energy, the passion to do something outstanding on the field. That may be a wide down the leg set. And the other good thing is that they'll always play their best 11. It's not that they want to rest players. Nobody wants a rest. So Rashid Khan will be there featuring in the playing 11. Rashid Nabi, for example. Mohammad Nabi. Karote is a young kid. I mean, and the thing to like about his bowling is that he bowls at a quicker pace and gets it to tweak, to turn.
Attar Bangladesh must be delighted with the platform they have, but This is kind of where the innings went awry 3 days ago, as we see the misfield allow the single.
Yeah, I think what Afghanistan has done after picking or breaking that partnership between Shumo Shorkar and Nazmul and Shanto, they hardly have given anything away. 20 runs the partnership, but it has taken a long time, 36 deliveries. So they're applying the pressure, and when that happens, then you see a false shot. A player trying to play aggressively. It's important for someone like the skipper himself, Nazmul Shanto, who is still there, to carry on again in the 40s. He made 47 in the last match, unbeaten 42. He needs to get a big one here for his team to go across to 40 to 50.
Yeah, 250 plus is going to be a real challenge for Afghanistan to chase. And what's the second use of this pitch? Halfway through this first innings, Bangladesh winning the toss, choosing to bat, and they have got to 120 for 2. Well, halfway through the first innings, Bangladesh 120 for 2, but 3 days ago, in the chase, I know different conditions under floodlights, scoreboard pressure potentially on them. With 25 bowled, Bangladesh were 118 for 2, so it's almost the exact same situation at Tar. How are they going to learn the lessons from 3 days prior?
Well, they have to wait and see what they do in the next 5 overs or so. Important for Bangladesh not to lose wickets here. That's exactly what you're referring to, Andrew.
Should get at least a couple. The outfield's pretty quick. And they're going to get 4 because, well, the two fielders almost do a merry dance around each other. What has happened out there? I think it's Ramachat and the youngster Gazanfer. They both look each other in the eyes. Neither goes for 4 to the total.
Yeah, it's a good use of the feed and in going to the pitch of the delivery. And placement was, again, excellent. We got huge gap between the fielder at long off and deep cover point. And bisects it through those fielders, and a very welcome boundary for Bangladesh.
Ramiz, if you're the captain here, are you thinking about Gazanfer already, or do you need to get rid of Shanto first?
Yeah, I mean, you got to get your wicket-taking option in right now. Read the mentality of this partnership. They're being a little bit careful, which is the way to go, actually. I don't mind this pace from Bangladesh, but it's just that you can improvise a little bit also, because they've allowed bowlers to bowl. And that's been a, that was kind of the downfall scenario in the last contest also, where they were just absolutely panic-stricken, didn't know how to operate against the mystery of Gazanfer. Allowed him to bowl and he was all over them like a rash. So bit of improvisation may not hurt them. The reverse sweep, the paddle sweep, use of the feet. Batting is about rhythm, and at times you feel that Bangladesh lack that rhythm all the time. Once again, a lot of dots in this over. 124 for 2.
Yeah, I think it's a good point you're making there, Ramiz, in terms of the gradual build here is a good one, because there is power to come. that's the averages, but the strike rates, particularly Mahmudullah, I know Jacker Ali on his ODI debut, but they're all capable of scoring quickly. You can't score quickly if you collapse like they did the other day. Again, very different in a chase. There will be a few demons there in the mines too, as this is wide down the leg side.
So this Sharjah pitch hasn't changed in the last 40 years. When I played there, it was pretty much the same, you know, sheen, this color, and the ball really stopping on you at times. It doesn't challenge you as a batsman, but it's so slow that you can falter. So what you need to do is to do exactly this. Just rotate the strike, take the game deep, and then look to absolutely unleash your hitting talent in the last 12, 15 overs with wickets in hand. And I think Bangladesh need to follow that old script. No point in really hurting Afghanistan right now. They can do this. The paddle sweep, a little bit of improvisation, run hard and develop a bit of rhythm to this partnership, to this innings. But other than that, just keep it nice and simple.
Yeah, if you look at the run rate, they started really aggressively early on, but now the run rate has fallen down. It's under 5 runs an over. And if you go at 4.79 from here on, they'll still manage to score 239 in the end. So you really don't want to step on the accelerator unless you think, yes, that's the right time. At the moment, go about what you've done so far. Ensure there's another partnership in the making. 28 of 49. Let it cross 50 and see what happens later on.
Tickled around the corner, not a good delivery from the finger spinner, but Nabi will just cut it off and save a couple of runs. It's not quite as hot as a few days ago, but still certainly tests you. We saw a few players go down on Wednesday with fatigue. Shanto and Miraz just building something, not building it particularly quickly, but quickly enough for your liking, certainly for now, Ramiz Raja.
Got to cut the cloth according to your size. And this is how Bangladesh should bat right now. Not worry about the end result. That's a good second run there. 27 overs have been bowled, 131 for 2.
There's the strike rates. Again, in this format of the game, in and around 80, 5, 6, 7 is very good. You might be used to those T20 strike rates of 130, 140. They'll all have the gears to go through, particularly someone as experienced as Mahmudullah. Will he get the single now? Can he get back for 2 to get to 50? Not yet. Lots of fumbles, lots of, well, Afghan fielding not being at its best. This isn't what we'd expect from them.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying hard. They have tried hard, but it's just been hit and miss.
Yeah, both the batters added 55 in that first one, the international, when things were looking pretty. But after a fall of that Shanto's, beg your pardon, Madison Miraj's wicket, things really turned around in favor of Afghanistan. So it's important for them to realize the fact that once you are in, the look set, both of them, you cannot afford to throw it away. Even if runs don't come at good pace, you can still cover it up if you're still there. But if you get out, then there's a new batter in the crease. That's exactly what Afghanistan will be hoping for.
That wicket of Shanto sparked the collapse, and it was such a clever piece of bowling. Shanto wants the quick single, he'll get it. And he'll get to 50. It's a 9th one-day international, 50 to go alongside the 300s that he's got. A very muted celebration. He spoke very clearly in the post-match 3 days ago that his dismissal, it was his fault, and that was what sparked the collapse. He looks like a captain Attar that's determined to learn from that mistake and maybe double the score up.
He has a wonderful time with the bat as a skipper. Averages more than 50, and once again he pulls out a really good innings. Important for him to realize that he needs to continue.
Ramiz, you captain Pakistan, obviously big leader in your career. How important is it that not just the words of Shanto in that post-match, but now the actions that have followed it? That's real leadership.
Yeah, you've got to be absolutely honest with yourself, with the team, and that's a very nice 50. And you've got to let your bat do the talking, because to earn respect in the dressing room, that's the paramount thing that you need to have as a leader. And so I think that 50, that kind of team talk or talking in the public, will give him a lot of comfort when he faces up the players, his mates in the dugout. But we've got an honest leader who's trying extremely hard. What he has to do is to somehow manage to get to another 10 after getting a 50, and then another 10 after getting a 60, because what happens to most of the Bangladesh batsmen is that they get carried away after scoring a good-looking 30, 40, and then get out. So the next 20, 30 runs are going to be for the team's cause here.
And almost right on cue, he nearly chops on here, Ramiz. Another beautifully flighted off break from Mohammad Nabi. He's always been so well thought of, Attar, hasn't he, in Bangladeshi cricket. I think he debuted as a teenager all the way back in 2017. Now as leader, he's enjoying his best spell in international cricket, playing so well. 6 runs from the 28th. It's 137 for 2. Been a really good 50, hasn't it, for Najmul Hussain. Shanto, we were just talking, Attar, about how well thought of he's always been. Has he ever played better for Bangladesh in recent times as captain?
Well, he hasn't played too many matches as a captain, but once he does get in, he looks the part, doesn't he? He can pick up the short pitch deliveries, not afraid to go down the wicket against a spinner. And he starts slowly. He doesn't really go in an attacking mode right from the word go. Very strong on the onside. Lovely cover drive on the offside. He likes to play down the ground. Importantly, he likes to rotate strike. I think that shows the responsibility that he possesses as a skipper, because as a skipper you want to lead from the front. And he can lead from the front if you're a batter by scoring runs. And he's scored runs against Afghanistan in the last few matches really nicely. He scores of 47 in the last one international. Before that, an unbeaten 59. And before that, 100, 104. Again, a good time with the bat here. But as I said earlier, he will need to shoulder the responsibility to ensure he bats deeper as long as possible.
Big appeal here. Now the question is, was it outside the line? Remember, Afghanistan have no reviews, so they can look at each other all they want. The decision's not out, it'll stay not out.
Yeah, it's a difficult pitch to play the sweep shot. The ball doesn't bounce a great deal, and so you got to be very, very sure the length that you play the sweep from. Yeah, the impact outside the stump says okay. But I think it's a shot that is definitely on, especially if you've got a 50.
You talk about the conventional sweep, you also talk about the reverse, because in this modern day and age, batters are quite keen to go and disturb the line and length. Yes, way outside the off stump, so not a bad option, but he couldn't connect.
I think he might be a tricky sort of spinner to sweep, though. Just so flat, isn't he? The kind of safety blanket, if you will, for Shanto was to get outside the line. Therefore, as long as he's playing a shot, he cannot be given out to LBW. I'm really struck by the composure of the young man. I know he's 26, he's been around a long time. I think he's got a kind of head on his shoulders of someone maybe 10 years older than him.
And what about the role that Medius and Miraj is playing here? Now, take nothing away from that, because he's the one, after the fall of Shumar Sharka's wicket, they need someone to just be there, ensure that that end is blocked out. What I'm trying to say is not to get out early, giving away wickets, getting in and getting out. So again, a crucial role. He's moved up with that single to 20 now.
And for Miraz, it's a role that's still new to him, just the third time he's batted up there at number 4. 29 bowled, Bangladesh in a good position, 140 for 2.
Bangladesh 140 for 2. A partnership developing 41 of 63 between Shanto and Miraj, captain and vice captain. He's bowling beautifully, none for 47 in 9 overs, bowling around 80 km per hour. Nabi looking to exercise control, giving nothing away to the opposition. Got man at mid-wicket, square inside the circle, man on the boundary at deep mid-wicket. Nicely punched down the ground for a single. In the commentary box, I'm Devendra. It means Farad Fidai. What has been the progress so far? How do you assess Bangladesh's progress with bat in hand?
I think it has been very impressive. They haven't given away wicket. They understand the value of keeping the wicket in the bank and rotating the strike nicely. Yeah, in the last bit of a phase, if you see, particularly after the drinks break, a lot of boundaries have not been hit. But it seems like they have learned from the previous game. They do not want to give away wicket. Now a field has been closed in into the short cover for Shanto. Coming down the track, I think every time a field change has been brought, I believe Shanto has tried to counter-attack earlier, coming down the track and getting 2, and this time not getting the result, but nonetheless showing the intent.
Bangladesh making a conscious effort to not go for too many shots against the spin bowlers, what occurred in the previous game. Learning from the mistakes and looking to implement solid game plan of strike rotation, and that's where they've been absolutely brilliant. Change in field. So mid-on going on the boundary at the long on position. Nicely struck down the ground for a single. Sensing the batter is trying to find a way to hit a boundary.
It has not been a bad effort from Mohammad Nabi. He's given away runs, none for 49 into his last delivery. It's not very often that you see him complete in his quota. In the last 10 matches played, he's only completed 3 times. He'd be very disappointed having not taken any wickets. But that has not been a bad bowling effort. End of his spell, 142 for 2 after 30.
Seven bowlers have been used in this innings to find wickets, 2 of them successful. Gazanfar and Rashid Khan, 1 for 14. A partnership developing. Afghanistan captain would like to introduce the bowler who can take wicket here. The champion Rashid Khan is into the attack from the pavilion end.
With the attacking mindset, a fielder's been placed into the slip straight away for Rashid Khan. Remember, he's got a batter googly, and the ball going away from the bat of Najmul Hassan Shanto, the captain, who's been well set there, standing nicely on 54. That's good fielding. Now, in the previous game, in the first ODI, bringing in Ala Muhammad Ghazanfar was a master stroke because he came and he really put Bangladesh on the back foot. Will it be that he could make the same impact again? This is good bowling.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant from Rashid. Potent googly is turning, it's not reaching there. Magnificent bowling from Rashid Khan. That ball did not rise. That was far outside the off stump. That will be declared as wide. Slow through the air, wide of the batter.
I think it was a blessing in disguise. Had it been on the wicket, it will have been dispatched for a boundary because that was too short.
Where is the next wicket? Oh, not far away from the outside edge.
No, sometimes it's a really good place to see Rashid Khan bowling, being a wicketkeeper and a slip fielder. Enjoy the fact how the batter are struggling against him. You hear from the stump mic that they say he's not reading your variations, adding to the motivation of the bowler. It has been 5 dots into this over. Can it bring about what Afghanistan want, breaking this partnership, a good-looking partnership of 44? Now this last ball is really crucial.
Rashid to Shanto is tossed up delivery and handsomely driven down the ground for a single. End of the over, a fine over from Rashid Khan. 31 gone, 144 for 2 Bangladesh. Good partnerships, 71 of 96 between Shanto and Shomya. Shanto still batting with Miraj, 45 of 76. Excellent response from what happened in the previous game. A batting collapse. Issues addressed, rectified from Bangladesh batters. Now, 2 bowlers who have been tormenting Bangladesh over the years, bowling in tandem.
Yeah, Ala Muhammad Ghazanfar, the master stroke from the previous game. As for the bowling change for the skipper, at this stage of the game is concerned, he's been brought back in. He's got a bag with a lot of variations. He works very hard for them. Let's have a look. That is the carom ball that he's been bowling. 66% of his deliveries, and a wicket-taking delivery today got Tanzeed out. And after that, the arm ball 18% and off breaks also 16%. It's not only, as you can see on the left, is the carom, how he holds the ball with the middle finger throwing it, and then with the arm ball just releasing it, and then the normal off break. A big shout, can this be in? Yes, it has been given. Ala Muhammad Ghazanfar straight away takes wicket and has been reviewed by Najmul Hassan Shanto.
TV umpires are director. We have a player review for LBW. The original decision is out. I've checked the bowler's feet and it's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on when ready, please? Can we just go to Ultra please, when ready? Thank you. Yeah, just go back a few frames, please. Yeah, and straight through. Clearly no bat involved. Go to ball tracking when ready, please. Pitching outside off, impacting line, and wickets missing. Hassan, I get you to reverse your decision to not out your on-screen signal now.
Well. Not out, missing the leg stump. Good review taken once again from Bangladesh. He missed out earlier, but not this time. Massive relief for Bangladeshi fans here. Afghanistan applying pressure, coming close to take wickets. Not rewarded as yet. Lovely deliveries, not only wearing his pace, at the same time he's making sure that he's wearing his length as well. Bowling all variations, mystery, confusing the batters.
See, one other thing here is Shanto's bat. He hasn't read the pace on that. He bowls, besides the variation he's got, he's also very smart in varying his pace. And a very good review at the end taken. Remember, there are 4 dots on the trot before this. That should ease nerve. They want the second. Mehdi is fast. And they will complete it.
This has been a tense passage of play. Look at this once again. Slipping down the leg side, missing the... Look at the reaction from the Afghan fan. He thought that was out. Oh, just away from the fielder. He got his hand onto it. Should be back for 2. Fieldsman in position. They're creating opportunities, getting close. 32 overs gone. 148 for 2 Bangladesh. Excellent partnership this for Bangladesh, 49 of 82 between Shanto and Miraj, captain and vice captain. Rashid to continue down the leg side, and it's 50 partnership as well, 50 of 83. Good accumulation of singles and occasional boundaries, but not many boundaries because they're up against world-class spin bowlers from Afghanistan. Brilliant, great commitment. It has always been from Rashid Khan, but he's down.
Has he hurt himself because he was trying to stop the ball and all of a sudden he rolled over the ball? Well, I hope everything is fine with Rashid Khan, who's still there out in the middle, but this has been a very good partnership for Bangladesh. 50 runs and 84 deliveries. And we will have a drinks break.
brilliant batting redemption from Bangladesh after what happened to them a couple of days ago here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. A total batting collapse, but it's been a resolute response from Shanto in particular, getting a half century, 59 today, and is still batting there. So captain winning the toss and deciding to bat first, off to a positive start. Bangladesh, some lovely strokes through the offside, straight down the ground, getting full toss and dismantling it down the field for 6. Then lofting it over the onside, and Ghazenfur taking the wicket. Again, a good partnership between the two left-handers.
Yeah, put together a really good partnership. Najmal Hussain Shanto and Shomer Shakar. Great beautiful shots. This was the shot of the day. Took on Azmatullah Omar Zain, that one over, hit him for a boundary and then for a maximum. Nabi, who's been expensive today into his 10 overs, gave away 49, but then this game didn't take the review. He was pitching outside the leg stump, but was given out, and Shomer Shakar losing their wicket. After that, it has been a steady work going on out in the middle with the partnership of 50 now of 84 between the skipper Najmal Hussain Shanto and Mehdi Hasan Miraj. Najmal Hussain Shanto becoming the first to have scored the highest in Sharjah for Bangladesh.
7 bowlers employed from Afghanistan captain. 1 for 20 in 6 overs for the hero from the previous game, Ghazenfur. 1 for 17 from Rashid Khan. Always enjoy great support, the Bangladesh cricket team here. Small kids.
I wonder if kids come to play, if kids come to watch the game or eat all the stuff that they get to have through their parents. They're bringing us to see the game, buy us things. She would surely be loving the popcorns. 150 up for Bangladesh. This has been a brilliant effort in the context of this series, how they performed in the first ODI.
Rashid has been given the task of finding the breakthrough. Powerfully struck. Just taking the sting out of it. Hashmat in the covers. Good response. Good intense cricket between two teams. Batters determined, bowlers determined, the fielders determined. It's the pitch that is teasing both the batters and bowlers. This is the second slowest 50 of the match. Down the leg side, wide again. That's the area of concern today. Plenty of extras given.
Very uncharacteristic of Rashid Khan. He's been bowling a few wides, 13 extras, and 11 wides among them have been bowled. Oh, he's bowled him! Rashid Khan bamboozles Mehdi Hasan Miraj. This one comes back in sharply, and playing the wrong line pays the price.
Rashid Khan is a machine. He's a master craftsman. He knows how to get wickets. Captain summoned him for the purpose of taking a wicket. Look at once again. The googly, the sharp googly hitting the top of the middle stumps. Rattled. Bills flying. Rashid Khan signaling that he's back in the business of getting wickets. He's been hugged by Gurbaz. Afghanistan making a comeback. Mehdi Hasan Miraj goes for 22, and a healthy partnership has eventually been broken by star character in the side for Afghanistan. 152 for 3.
Come boys.
Tawheed Hirdoy, new batter in, right-handed batter for Bangladesh. He's getting the ball to turn. He's bowling beautiful googlies, Rashid Khan. brilliant captaincy, marshalling his resources and bringing on Rashid Khan for the purpose of getting a wicket. Good career already, averaging 35. Tawhid Hirdoy.
Rashid Khan providing that breakthrough, and that too of Medias and Miraj. That has taken him 128 deliveries that he's faced of Rashid Khan, getting him for the first time out. What a breakthrough that is, in the air, falling just short. This has been an eventful over. 5 runs coming off it, 153 for 3.
Shanto is there, 60 of 98, and a lot depends on how he goes about the business from here onwards. You know the quality of Afghan spinners, their ability to turn the matches on its head. If they go at the current rate, 232, they should be thinking about getting to 255 to make it competitive against the high quality opponent, Afghanistan. Short extra cover, short mid wicket. Cuts the ball through the offside for a single. This has been tremendous cricket from Afghanistan to come back, and coming back with Rashid Khan with the googly.
Yeah. Medias and Miraj can't believe it. He didn't read it. The frustration on his face tells you, but the jubilation from the Afghanistan camp. Yeah, he looks frustrated. It set up nicely for a good partnership. Now, Ala Muhammad Ghazanfar in the previous over already created a chance. And if you see the field set up, look at the deviation. It's a sharp turn, undoing Medias and Miraj.
44 centimeters. Pulls powerfully. Just a single. Both the bowlers bowling with great control and accuracy. And ball is gripping and turning, so it's becoming slightly difficult to bat. It's not going to be that easy for new batters coming in, playing big shots straight away.
Taking cue from not being easy for the new player, Shanto holds the key for Bangladesh. He's got his highest score of 104 against Afghanistan, so he scored 100 against Afghanistan. He's enjoyed batting against Afghanistan last year in the test match, both innings scoring 100. And already finding his feet in the second ODI, already performed nicely in the first one. Remember, his wicket was where things starting to collapse. Things started to collapse for Bangladesh. He knows he has to hold one end.
And I can understand the concern for the Bangladeshi batters at the moment. Knocks him over, has he? Not just away from the stumps. Was there a catch?
Well, one thing is for sure, they are not able to read the mystery of Ala Muhammad Ghazanfar. Was there a neck? Gurbaz confirming no, there was no edge.
It's a mental agitation as a batter. Testing the quality of spin coming at them from Afghanistan. 4 world-class spinners making it difficult for the batters to survive. 34 overs gone, 156 for 3. It's a Firebird production for Afghanistan Cricket Board. Pulled majestically into the gap on the onside for 4. Good shot. Good positive strike from Tawhid Hirdoy. For with Hifdoi, picks the length early and smacks it to mid-wicket boundary.
Yeah, that's a good confident shot from Tawhid Ridoi. He's a good batsman. So leg spinner, pitch short, too short to say, was on the back foot and placed this beautifully for a welcome boundary. A quick run. This has been the highlight today of the Bangladesh innings. They've been quick between the wickets.
Well, the strike rotation has always been the solution for all the difficult problems that batters face time and again over the years in the history of the game. That's what transpired a couple of deliveries away. So there was clear deviation. Catch dropped. Another outstanding delivery from Rashid Khan. He's viewing magic here at Sharjah. 2 for 26 into his 8th over.
Yeah, it should frustrate Allah Mohammad Ghazan for a couple of chances has been shelled now. The problem is that when you drop one, you don't drop other. Leave that behind and think of everyone, every new opportunity as one coming in your way, because sometimes the previous problems start residing in your brain, and as a team you fumble and you let opportunities just slip from your hands. So 2 catches in 2 overs of Allah Mohammad Ghazanfar have been dropped earlier by Fazal Haq Farooqi and then this time around by Rahmanullah Gurbaz.
Nice battle developing between Shanto and Rashid Khan. Reaching for the ball, will take another comfortable single here. That's been the story. 6 coming from 35th over. It's 162 for 3 Bangladesh. This has been slow and sedate progress for Bangladesh. Excellent control and accuracy from Afghan spinners. Allah Mohammad to continue. Beaten again. He's getting the ball to turn. He's getting the ball to grip and turn, and presenting a lot of challenges to the batters this time. Just skidding off the surface, going straight. He's got the iron ball, he's got the Kerem delivery, he's got the off spinner. And he's dishing out beautifully on this relatively challenging pitch for both batters and bowlers. Hits him on the peg, was shuffling across. Unmoved the umpire.
Yeah, the umpire Hassan Raza is unmoved, but they do not have any reviews. Hashmatullah Shahidi is asking the question which ball it was. In the frustration, he'll tell you that there was an off spinner. Oh, there was a neck. All right, so I think he was told that there was a neck, but how brilliant's been the umpiring today.
Good accuracy into his 8th over, 1 for 23. Taking the first wicket, and since then he's been outstanding in different spells. Allah Mohammad.
Now here's an interesting thing. For the last 3 deliveries, Shanto has been on the strike. Sometimes you can get an opportunity like that as a bowler to be able to set up the batsman. There was some discussion going on earlier on. Rahmanullah Gurbaz going all the way to the skipper Hashmatullah Shahidi saying something, and now after the 3 deliveries been bowled, Shahidi going to the bowler, exchanging words and telling him something. So probably they are up for creating another bluff maybe.
And as a batter, you try to maintain your concentration. You want to stay in your zone, and sometimes you just change your bat. You try to keep your mind busy. That's the most important element. What's happening around you, you have to shut all the outside noise. All the noise happening around you, you have to stay in that positive frame of mind all the time. It's a challenge as a batsman to have that mental clarity all the time. And they have been immensely challenged by Afghan spinners.
Well, there are boundary riders all the way sweeper at the cover and up mid-wicket, and a long on, long off.
3-dot deliveries. Driving it down the ground for another single. He's taken 108 deliveries for his 63. This has been a patient knock. One thing that's where they've been successful is avoiding a batting collapse. And that's where his contribution has been significant. Shanto just holding the innings together. Passion for the game is immense, in fact, in Pakistan, Afghanistan, India and Bangladesh as well.
Lovely boys, mashallah, mashallah.
Just a single.
Boy. Come on, come on.
Gurbaz is urging his bowler to deliver the delivery which will disallow the wicket. What's on offer? Allah Mohammad from the far end to Fawid Hirdoy. Oh, that's the off spinner. Hughes appeal not entertained by the umpire. They're still pleading with the umpire.
Now they're asking if it was a catch. There was a nick. They say that the slip fielder, who's Rashid Khan, was able to take the catch. They certainly look happy. They think that they've got their man. The on-field umpire, Bismillah Jan Shinwari and Hassan Raza, are in the discussion if they will need to refer it to the third umpire, TV umpire, to have a look if this was a catch that they are claiming. Yeah, it's been referred to the TV umpire.
TV umpire to director. We have an umpire review for bump ball. I've checked the bowler's feet and it's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on when ready, please? Just keep playing it through. Just want to make sure he actually has held the ball in his hands. And then can we go from side on, please? Yeah, ball clearly goes into the ground. I've made my decision for the big screen.
So not out is the confirmation from the third umpire. .36 gone, 163 for 3.
Shabash.
14 overs to go then. What can Bangladesh end up with? They've just become a little bit becalmed over the last little while. They were looking at their current rate of getting past 250 a while ago. But these spinners, Ramiz Raja, have done a pretty good job, haven't they? They've shut things down.
The fact that Bangladesh were all over the place in the first contest would have made them realize the importance of just occupying the crease and taking the game deep. Chance, oh, not to be. And let's not forget, it's a used pitch, so it's slower. It's sort of making it taxing for the batsman to hit the ball over the top. The ball is stopping a little bit, it's spinning just a shade, nothing dramatic. This combination of what transpired in that first contest and how well the Bangladeshi spinners have bowled. They just keep it simple. They're very different in style, but the pace is almost the same. Karote is very much like Rashid Khan. High in speed and accurate wicket to wicket. Ghazanfar is the same also. He doesn't flight the ball a great deal, so keep it nice and simple and straight, hitting the stumps most times.
No run, no run.
And I just wonder whether there's been a little bit of thought by Bangladesh thinking, well, we don't have to go all guns blazing here. 220, 230 might actually be a winning score.
No run,
As Ramiz has said, it's a used surface. It's going to be harder to bat later on in the day, I would imagine.
Yes, a casual little chat with Afghanistan captain before the toss suggested that it's tough chasing scores under light here in Sharjah. 166 for 3.
This partnership is worth 14 in 26 balls. So the momentum well and truly being sucked out of this Bangladesh innings at the moment. And a change of ends now for Faisal Haq Farooqi. He started off from the pavilion end. Now he's going to be operating from the Sharjah club end. Ramiz, you played many matches here. What was your preference, bat first or bat second?
Yeah, batting first, I think. Even though we had a very good track record for good about 3-4 years. And the idea was to bat first, and because of the slowness of the track second time around. And remember, they were all day matches. We'd get a bit of reverse and get the ball to spin also. It would grip and spin. So anything around 230, 240 in those days in 50 overs cricket meant that you were hugely in to win this.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because in modern cricket, there's a lot of emphasis on sides batting second. Sides tend to prefer to chase, particularly in the shortest form of the game, 2020.
Yes, I think Sharjah demands a different kind of strategy. It's not your run-of-the-mill kind of pitch. Yes, I mean, top quality hitting sides would want to bat on a surface like this. So we see more improvisation, more big shots hitting through the line and hitting those straight sixes over long on and long off. It provides you with that opportunity, but with what happened to Bangladesh in that first game have made them think about the value of partnerships and taking this game deeper. So for Pakistan, 126 matches here in Sharjah, 83 wins, 42 losses, 1 tied, 66% is the winning percentage. In batting first, a winning percentage of almost 70. So it did work. So what Shanto needs to do is to just play out the 50 overs. Just make sure that he's there right till the end. Make use of 67 of 113. Get 100.
That's easier said than done, isn't it, Ramiz? Because Shanto will look up at the scoreboard. He'll see 67 from 113 balls. That's a strike rate of less than 60. And some players will let that get to them and think, I've got to play a big shot here. I've got to get my strike rate up.
with Tawheed out there, I think he could be the anchor. He shouldn't be sweating about the strike rate at this stage. It's about converting, as I said, that 40 into a 50, 50 into a 60, and making sure, as an opener, I think, or as a number 3 batter, your task has got to be to play out the 50 overs. You get 100, the team will get a 250.
Oh, it's a cracking shot. Faisal Haq Faruqi was looking for the Yorker. Tawheed just got his front leg out of the way and slacked it down the ground. Real power that. The end of the over, 174 for 3.
Shaba, quick thing.
Really good end to that last over. Shanto just looking to up the tempo a little bit. 12 overs still remaining. That's a top edge. And an easy enough catch. Siddiqullah Atal out there, a deep backward square leg. And Karote, he's applied the pressure, and now he's got the breakthrough. That was a wicket that Bangladesh really didn't need to lose.
It's a mercurial kind of a character, Tawheed. Real good talent. But this could have been executed much better. Got the top edge and a very good deep catch. And so the partnership has been broken, and it's a massive breakthrough because Tawheed could have been extremely useful for Bangladesh in the last 10 overs. Gone after scoring just 11, 4 down for 174.
Bangladesh's 4th wicket has gone down, and that brings the veteran Mahmudullah to the crease, 38 years young. 4th highest run scorer for Bangladesh in this form of the game. Has retired from 2020 internationals, retired from tests, but here he is now in the 50-over format. In his best, 128 not out against New Zealand in Hamilton in the World Cup of 2015. My impression of that wicket, Ramiz, was that Tawheed just seemed to be trying to hit this too hard.
I wanted more a slog sweep kind of a shot than a sweep shot, and was top edge to the field in the deep. He's quick through the air, Karote. Doesn't flight the ball a great deal. He spins it all, so that one stood up just a little bit. And all it needed was a better execution. You know, Tawheed is a kind of player where he wants to hit 4s and 6s. It's a good catch. Must be very frustrating for Bangladesh think tank to see Tawheed falter like this, because he's got so much to offer.
Oi, lovely.
At times you need to just calm down a little bit and look at the bigger picture. And the bigger picture for Bangladesh, with Shanto there anchoring one end, just get right till the end, play out the 50 overs.
Oh!
This is good bowling from Karote. Applying the pressure on Mamadullah straight away. This is what happens when a wicket falls. New batter comes in. And Mamadullah off the mark. But just the single from that over. Really top stuff from Kurote. Bangladesh now 175 for 4. Jaka Ali is due in next into the side today in place of the injured Mushfiqur Rahim. And then we're pretty much into the bowlers. So this is a vital partnership. Mamadullah, Bangladesh's leading run scorer in last year's 50-over World Cup. The only Bangladesh player to score a century in that tournament. 111 against South Africa in Mumbai.
I just hope that Shanto doesn't surrender under pressure. Pressure of a better strike rate, pressure of scoring more quickly. It's just got to calm down here, because Bangladesh can absolutely lose it if Shanto gets out right now. Somehow has got to clear the clutter in the mind with the fall of that wicket. Tawheed could have been so good as a pair, as a partner to Shanto, but not to be.
Shanto seemed to be indicating there that he wanted an arm guard. Just to emphasize what you were talking about, Ramiz, in terms of the difficulty of chasing on this surface, the bounce, it just gets lower and lower, doesn't it?
Yes, I mean, from keeper's perspective, you're never in. I mean, where to stand? I think it's a pitch where change of pace could work for you if you're a pacer or even a spinner, because the ball has died on the keeper so many times. Inside edge and 4. That'll work extremely well for Shanto. That'll release a bit of pressure as well. Not an ideal 4, but he'll take it with both hands, Shanto. He's played some lovely shots and he will not mind this inside edge.
Rather fortuitous this. Little change of pace from Faruqi. We've seen him do that a couple of times today. He's been on the wrong end of his figures though. None for 40 now in just his 5th over, and in the context of the match that's expensive. Yes, as a wicketkeeper, just looking at that package, goodness me, you really wouldn't enjoy keeping on this surface. We saw, of course, Mushfiq in the last game, a lowish ball, catching him on the end of the finger, and that's ruled him out of the rest of the series. Rashid Khan in the covers, end of the over, 10 overs to go. Bangladesh 183 for 4.
That rounds out the second power play. Now time for the third and final one. Got the balance just right, haven't they? They really have. In the modern ODI game, the three phases, very clear, very distinct. Now 5 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle. And Bangladesh, who've got a really good platform, will be looking for a late surge. Attar Ali Khan joins me. Attar, good afternoon to you. Bangladesh 250, would they be happy with that, or do they want more?
Yeah, the question is whether they'll be able to get to 250 or not. That is a bigger question. And if they can manage to somehow a goal and score 250, I think it's a good score. It's a good score. It's a challenging one for Afghanistan. We've heard Ramesh Raja and company earlier on that it might just get a little bit difficult pitch to deal with second time around. But a lot will depend on Nazmul Shanto, who has once again showed some good form, good application. He's absorbed the pressure and he's moved out to 76 of 117. Yeah, we have Mahmudullah, who's in the middle, tons of experience. Yeah, they need a partnership. These last 10 overs is going to be crucial, not only for Bangladesh, but also for Afghanistan. If they can manage to pick up wickets, you never know. But Shanto just getting a bit of a treatment on his right hand. I hope he's okay. Well, he's played a wonderful knock, and the team will require him to bat through this innings.
Yeah, I think he's played wonderfully well. We've used that word kind of old school a few times, haven't we? It's a bit of an old school ODI innings. Now, these are something I'm always fascinated by, the ICC men's ODI team rankings. And the reason I wanted to talk about these while we have this break and play at are both Bangladesh and Afghanistan in that top 8, the elite of the elite, if you will. 20 countries have ODI status. And it's not just the Champions Trophy that those rankings are used for, also the next ODI World Cup. Now, the 2027 ODI World Cup will expand to 14 teams. Zimbabwe and South Africa as full member hosts, hosting alongside Namibia, will qualify automatically. And then it will be the next 8 highest ranked on the ranking. So it means 2 full members will miss out and have to go to the qualifier. And as West Indies and Ireland well know, that's not easy. So right now, Afghanistan and Bangladesh are in the box seat. They've got a bit of a gap over the West Indies. West Indies, though, just took a series win over England. Now, the cut-off date, Attar, it's not till all the way in 2026 we're talking about. But it means that every ODI really matters. And certainly Afghanistan and Bangladesh, they would both love to qualify automatically and not have to go through the agony or possibly the ecstasy of that qualifier.
That's the reason why both the teams will be eyeing to win as many matches as they can. At the moment, Bangladesh in a pretty decent position. Down the wicket, has he middle it? It goes straight into the hand, gone! Mohammad Nabi takes the catch. Just when things were looking good, it's that small break of concentration, and this time around the skipper goes.
Rashid Khan wants to get the wrestling move out in celebration, put him over his shoulder. The break and play, the treatment to the arm. We so often see this, don't we? There's a change of mindset into the final 10. Sharjah is not an easy place to score quickly in this third and final power play. Rashid wants to stick him on his shoulders. The youngster Karote, he's got his second. Shanto, well, he's distraught, has to trudge off for a well-made 76. It's 183 for 5. Debutant to the crease.
Wallah!
Jakar Ali.
Eh,
There'll
bachai.
be some butterflies, there'll be some nerves. We saw the team huddle, lots of applause for his debut. The 26-year-old has played one test match alongside 19 T20s.
Oh no, no!
The first ODI run to his name. 2 new men at the crease though, and all of a sudden has this game just turned with that dismissal of Shanto.
And that's exactly what Afghanistan will be hoping for. He goes down the wicket, just gets underneath and couldn't free his arms, even though he looked that he wanted to smash it out of the ground, only finding the field a pretty easy catch in the end. What an important wicket for Afghanistan.
Use of the feet down the ground, long off is in place, takes the catch, it's 2 in the over, and Bangladesh may be giving it away. Mamadullah.
Bus, bus! Bus!
Another change in the team today. He comes to the crease now. In the team for his left arm spin bowling, but a fine batter too. 41 bowled, 184 for 6.
Come on, Rashid!
Well, 3 days ago, Afghanistan batting first entered the third and final power play at 174 for 5. They lost a wicket in the 41st. Bangladesh have just lost 2 in the 41st, and it needed a fine late cameo from Kurote to make it 61 runs off the last 10. With these 2 wickets, including this one, Attar, to start the third power play, Bangladesh have got themselves in trouble. Can you explain the shot from Mamadullah?
I can't, and you need to go and ask him. I mean, I could not believe that he attempted to play that shot, to be really honest.
Oh, no,
Knowing that he saw the fall of Shanto in the same over. Again, a mini collapse here. 174 at one stage for 3. And in the next 10 runs, they've lost 3 wickets. Incredible. It's a good comeback from Afghanistan.
I have to say, I've really enjoyed Rashid Khan around the wickets to the left-handers as well. I thought he caused Shanto lots of problems. There's that mini collapse you're talking about. Pressure building. I asked you at the start of the third power play, could they get to 250? That all of a sudden looks a long way away.
If you keep losing wickets, Andrew, you need to realize the fact that when a set batter is out, then you have to start all over again. Never easy in any position you're in at. and you lose not only one wicket, you lose your captain, the skipper. Well said. And then all of a sudden, the experienced campaigner plays a poor shot to get out in the deep. What a turnaround.
Beautifully bowled. He's an absolute magician, this man. He's been a dream and a joy to watch ever since he's come into international cricket as a teenager for Afghanistan. I think this is such a threatening line around the wicket, now over. And it's just going to be 3 from the over, but for Bangladesh, maybe not the worst result. Got to rebuild and maybe go large in the last 5. 187 for 6. Taskin Ahmed in at number 9. He can certainly hold a bat after that. Not a huge amount, so it'll need to be these two to rebuild. Have to love the modern ODI game, Attar, don't you? You kind of get a bit of everything in the day.
Yeah, I think important for Bangladesh to somehow play the rest of the overs, because you'll have 4 wickets in hand. Yeah, Jackarelli is the one who can deal with it. Remember, he's making his ODI debut, so he will be under pressure. Slip straight away.
Really good captaincy. Now the 41st over. There's long straight boundaries here. Are Shanto and Mahmudullah targeting the right area, Attar?
But just have a look at where the ball strikes the bat. Just not in the middle part of the bat. Maybe the options were okay. I could understand Nazmut and Shanto taking an opportunity there. But when you see that he got out, then I don't find any reason why Mahmudullah tried to repeat that. Because if you don't middle it, you're asking for trouble. And the hut now, both the batters. And it changed the complexion of the game. That's Mahmudullah.
The thing for me, Attar, that's exactly where he's trying to hit the ball. Okay, so as the Hawkeye footage showed us there, maybe the slightest mishit. But it wasn't like that wasn't the idea. The plan was to hit straight with long on and long off out. In Mahmudullah's case, just look at the right here screen here. He's got a pretty good piece of that. I know it's not out of the middle, much better than Shanto did. Shanto caught 10 yards off the rope as a consequence. Mahmudullah caught right on the rope. I'm just not sure it's the right part of the ground to target.
Was that the right shot to play at that stage of the game is the bigger question. Because you've lost your skipper, you needed someone to stay there. 190 for 6.
Shabba boys. Keep dot boys.
You can just feel the history around this stadium. Fantastic Saturday crowd in. We think it will fill up even more. And if you're wondering why it's a bit quiet, I think the Bangladesh fans again are outnumbering the Afghan fans here. And all of a sudden, this game is turned on its head. Much of the first 35, 40 overs even belonged to the visitors. But right now, it's all Afghanistan.
Yeah, this is going to be the last over from Rashid Khan. But they need to ensure that they don't give a wicket here in this over. Important, really crucial for Bangladesh.
fully agree. And Afghanistan know that. Don't rule out another field change here. Don't rule out a bit of kind of Shane Warne-esque mind games too. Will he stick a leg slip in, bring the fine leg up? It's 3 balls that Jakar Ali has got to get through. He may well just dead bat them out.
And maybe that's exactly what he's trying to do. Now have a look at Rashid Khan going all the way, having a good look at the surface and maybe a bit of a chat. He would want him to play a few shots. It's a good contest here. It's a really good contest.
And I'm sure you can hear a few of the verbals coming through from the first slip. Oh, now turned too sharply, going to miss leg. But it's Gulbadin Naib at slip, and he's having plenty to say to the debutant.
Yeah, again, it's the wrong one. And just sliding down the leg side. They're not picking up the wrong one. Maybe just pitch it a little bit fuller instead of seeing the batter to go onto the back foot. Let him come onto the front foot.
I reckon I could listen to Ramanullah Gurbaz and Gulbadin Naib through this stump mic all evening. Highly entertaining. Rashid Khan finishes his spell, 2 for 32 for the maestro. It's 192 for 6.
Hey! Rashid, asardar dili bela tumma. Agara ka betingi.
7 bowlers used altogether. And Kurote, he's maybe been targeted a little bit, hasn't he, by Bangladesh? But as a consequence, he's been the one who's actually profited the most with those 3 wickets. Another misfield. And he dropped the catch, Fazal Haq Faruqi, sloppy. But you look at the way in which they dead batted out Rashid Khan, they're going to have a go at Kurote here, but he's bowled exceptionally well.
Look for singles here. Important, because at this rate they will still reach 218. If they can get past 225, I think game on.
Would they ideally like a few more than that? Would they like 235, what Afghanistan got 3 days ago?
Yeah, the problem is that whenever they've gone on to take a few chances, the chances have not gone in their way. A couple of batters getting out. This one, has it nailed it? Oh, he has just over that fielder at deep mid wicket. That is a biggie from Nasoom. Well, that's what you were expecting.
They had to target the matchup, didn't they? Ball coming in, he's hitting with the arc of the spin, and it's right into the hitting arc. He's only missed by a fraction here. You can just see the way there it was floated up. I don't mind that at all. I know he's taken on the fielder. If he'd hold out, he might have had a very unhappy head coach back in the dugout. Good strike. Can this build momentum? Good batting. Follows up the 6 with a single. The 200 comes up.
Yeah, it's a good option, that particular shot that went all the way, because you're playing with the spin. Remember, Nazmuls and Shanto tried to play over long off. Not a good option, because the ball turning into the left-hander. Really good hit.
It's the first boundary of the 3rd power play as well, remarkably. Super work from Rashid Khan, even though he didn't pick it up cleanly. Yeah, one more look at this maximum. Good identification of the length, and then gets it over the head. Just about all the way for 6. Five overs left. This game hangs in the balance. It's 200 for 6.
200 for the loss of 6. Bangladesh, how many can they get in the last 5? That's going to be critical for both sides, actually. Can they get another 30? I've got Ahmed Fidai here with me, and you'd be quite Fidai the way how Bangladesh have bowled in the last few overs.
Bangladesh have batted absolutely uncharacteristically, because the ODI is a format that they very much fancy for themselves, but this has been a sort of a collapse, if you'll tell, from 152 for 3 to 184 for 6, and that too, when you come into the last power play, you will want to score quick runs. Unfortunately for them, the two set batter, first Najmal Hussain Shanto and then Mahmoodullah Riyad, perishing, and that actually talking about how difficult it is to raise the tempo under the Afghanistan's sharp and strategic bowling led by Rashid Khan. And in this case though, Nangyal Kharote has been the one who's taken the wickets.
So that's the reason why Afghanistan are such a good bowling side, because you can expect on the day performances from other than Rashid Khan.
But it's also the presence of Rashid Khan. One end can create the pressure and the other can actually harvest the result out of that. Taking nothing away from Nangyal Kharote, who's actually bowled really nice. And the worries are not yet over for Rashid Khan, for the Bangladesh. Quick run taken, will be just one, because Ala Muhammad Ghazanfar has got another 1 over after that.
How many Bangladesh can scratch in the last 5? Nasum is going at a good pace, 11 from 15.
Now see, that is the game changer, because into your last 5 overs and you cannot hit the bowler, it's only 2 runs of the first 4 deliveries. This is a serious concern. And what are you keeping the wickets for? It's another 20-odd deliveries left, so I think they just want to go about it. But then again, Ala Muhammad Ghazanfar, how can you attack, because you can't read?
If they run well, they'll pick up 2. There's a bit of desperation between the two in terms of running between the wickets. That was excellent running. I think Bangladesh would want to get to a 230. I think they just want this partnership just carry on for a little while before they venture into hitting the ball aerially. Mesfield earns another single to Nasum. He's 15 of 19, and it's 2 of 5 for 6. It's been a fighting innings from Bangladesh, but they had a purpose. The purpose was to build partnerships, put pressure on Afghanistan, get to a 230 plus score and take it from there. This pitch is not going to be easy for batting second time around. The ball will get slower, lower. There'll be a bit of spin for Bangladeshi spinners. They've got 3 spinners up their sleeve, and there's a bit of pace in Mustafizur, for example. I think he'd be very, very good on a surface like this. We'll see him vary his pace and bowl different angles. So it's not going to be a straightforward home run for Afghanistan. They'll have to bat properly to win this.
Yeah, and one thing I haven't seen from the Afghanistan pacers are the slow cutters, which Fizz was able to use to perfection, almost perfection in the first ODI. And again, another thing is the Bangladesh pacers took all the wicket in the first ODI, 1 for the run out, and 9 others were among the pacers. So Bangladesh will be banking also on their pacers while there is absolutely purchase for the spinners on this track. Slower one from Farooqi, just that we were talking about it. This is good variation from Farooqi.
Can they get 8 and over to get to 232? I think anything around 230 will be a good score for Bangladesh, because they set themselves up for a 250 score. There's nothing off the surface, so you don't give any pace to the batsman. Make sure that he struggles to hit the ball through the line.
Now, Zakir Ali, who's on his debut, he's got 200s and 1250 in a different, cricket altogether, into international stage. Can he capitalize on his skills? The fact that he can time it nicely, hit it hard. Can he get another 20-30 runs from here for Bangladesh?
Slow ball, gets hit for 6. Massive strike, that goes out of the stadium.
Yeah, that's a very, very good shot from the man on his debut. And what a debut it is. Brings the crowd into life. The loud Bangladeshi fans here love it. Shuffles across, wait for the slower one, and dispatches this nicely out of the park.
Zakir telegraphed it perfectly. Fine leg, third man both up in the circle, so it had to be a slow ball, a cutter with that kind of a field set, and he read it to perfection. There's clearly more noise in the aisles. They are receiving his cap from Mahmudullah. Big moment. 149th ODI cap for Bangladeshi player.
You know, these runs can be the game changers. Anything from here, you take your team above 230, you'll think that you have a very good chance of squaring the series. Remember, Bangladesh couldn't win the first one, but what a shot that is. Will this momentum be that can take Bangladesh past 230?
It's got to be pinpoint accurate. He hasn't had a great day, not for 47 in 5.2. Not too sure what the discussion is about. Maybe it's the state of the ball, whether they wanted a bit tattered ball, because glaze on the ball will make hitting a lot easier. Right then, stage is set for another whack. Is it going to be another 6? Goes big, it's another one, just like the other one.
It's just the shot that he hit earlier. Almost a repeat shot. Once again into the slot, linked ball, shuffled across, picked it up nicely, and back-to-back sixes for the man on debut, Zakir. Another slower one. Seems like he hasn't read his lesson, Fazalak Farooqi. His previous slow ball was dispatched for a 6. In this one as well, going the distance. 13 runs coming off the first 3 balls.
Yeah, the fans are absolutely enjoying this moment. A couple of big shots, couple of 6s, and worrisome little period for Afghanistan here. They don't want to lose it completely from here till the end. 2 6s of 2 balls. What he has done is he's tried to follow the batsman instead of bowling a wider angle, so that the bat is not in the reach, on the line of the length that he has bowled. Right then, change of angle from over the stumps.
Which is not a bad ploy. Take it away from his hitting arc. Bowl it wide outside the off stump. No, onto the stumps. This time around, I think he missed on that. Remember, Zakir Ali in the second innings in the test match against South Africa, on debut, smashed 50. So he can bat.
These are all valuable runs. Partnership 35 from just 36 balls now. Most expensive over of the match. Still 2 balls to come.
another 2 balls, it will be the most expensive over of the innings. I mean, of the series,
Sorry.
I beg your pardon.
Of the innings.
In the first ODI between them, 14 was the most expensive one. So can we see the most expensive here?
No, it's the call. He's got to strike down the stumps at the non-strikers end. There's a huge opportunity here to get rid of Jacker. What was he thinking?
Yeah, I think the backup didn't come in time. Gulbadin Naib. Let's have a look. Yeah, he was halfway. Gurbaz shouting from there that you should give it a try. Gulbadin Naib deciding against it. Well, a lucky survive, but fortune favors the Braves.
That's straight back. That is pretty substantial. What an over for Bangladesh. Terrific strike this time from Nasum. 19 is of 21. It's 223 for 6.
No. Boys, خبر نده یو اور لاړې خبر نده ښا. درې اور نور پاتې شابای.
223 for 6. Ghazanfar is in. Appeal. They do not have a review of Afghanistan. So single taken. Leg by given by Ahsan Raza. Well, fans were waiting. Bangladeshi fans were waiting for this moment of blitz. It happened in that last over. Couple of sixes and this great straight drive for 4.
Shaba, no worries, boys. Shabash, shabash.
Yeah, it's the effect of company, right? All of a sudden, when your batter on one end is hitting the ball nicely, you get the motivation, and you say, I can do that as well. Nasum Ahmed.
Knows the call is helter-skelter. It's happening. I think it's a different contest now. Ghazanfar versus Jakir and Nasum. So you've got to really line him up properly. Can't be hitting at everything. He's a mystery trick bowler. There he goes. It's gone all the way once again. It's a flat 6. This is tremendous striking from Nasum and Jakir. Bangladesh gets to a 230.
Wow, second 6 of Nasum earlier of Nangyal Kharote. This time around of Ala Muhammad Ghazanfar. A bit of a shuffle across, making sure that he can disturb the line of the bowler. It seems like he did, getting one right into the arc and smashing it nicely for a maximum. And talk about the jubilation. The fans are loving it. The 230 that Bangladesh was targeting have already been scored. Another 15 deliveries to be bowled.
Oh, that's bowled in. And slow in pace. Just a little bit of variation in pace, and he's castled him. Aced him with a lovely surprise of variation. Ghazanfar knows how to keep calm in a tough situation. Hit for a 6 and look at the response.
A beautiful response, absolutely. A very healthy partnership of 46 been broken. A slower one. That is the beauty of Ala Muhammad Ghazanfar, varying his pace other than bowling the mystery ones as well. A brilliant knock though from Nasum Ahmed comes to an end. 25. Bangladesh are 230 for 7.
Taskeen is facing this challenge from Ghazanfar. Flighted ball, he misses the target, knows the call. Why? Still 2 balls left. Just not able to hit that one properly. Shuffling at the crease, and Ghazanfar having the last laugh.
And so do the fans. Ball taking forever to arrive. He's already been with the swing. Now, why did they not take a single? Sometimes cricket is a game of small moments. And when you come back and see the result, and then you look back and see that was a mistake. Did we make one or not? Maybe he wants to stay on the strike from the next over on Zakir Ali, which means the next ball either have to be a hit or a 2. It's not going to be a single.
No, I think it's got to do with a bit of health issue. I think he's not feeling great out there. Sorts himself out with a bit of drink.
Athar just informing us that he had concussion problems earlier, so you wouldn't actually blame him then, because you could be dizzy and you wouldn't be feeling your feet. So the right way is to stay at your crease so you don't lose your wicket.
Yeah, lovely bowling from Ghazanfar. He's only 18, but mature. Absolutely mature article. 2 for 35. He ends up with 230 for 7. The innings was held together by Shanto, 76 of 119. He looked to be tiring at the end of that knock. Perspired and, well, they say perseverance commands success. It was a good innings.
5 fielders on the offside, 3 on the boundary at the sweeper cover. The backward point and at the long off.
Umar Zai bowls a full toss. That's got up in the air. This should be taken. Skipper grasses it. Chance of a direct hit. There's a possibility of a double play, actually. You missed the catch and still there was an opportunity of a run out.
Yeah, that was high in the air. One thing the players tell you about Sharjah, and you would know better than me, is that the lights are a little lower and sometimes you lose the ball under the lights. But then you miss the catch, okay. The presence of mind, you could affect the run out.
Well, that's smashed down the ground. At least 2. At least 2. Non-striker is struggling and he dives just in time.
Well, one other thing, had the throw been onto the stumps, and this could have been a wicket. Zakir doing the right thing, keeping the strike, surviving a chance. Another 16-run, 250, that will look very healthy on this wicket.
Fielder pushed back at mid-wicket, needed a direct hit. Oh, he's down. It's a bit of a mini collapse with the umpire. I don't know. He's all over the place, Zakir Ali. Is not feeling great, 100%. Rammed into the umpire and the helmet is off.
Yeah, that is good bowling, not giving him the room. This will have been out had it been a straight hit. Oh, the ball hit him. And then he went on to collapse with the umpire. Rather, umpire collecting him. We'll have to see where he was hit. It doesn't look good for Jakir. Being desperate, of course. Being committed, absolutely. Being unlucky, yeah. Oh, he's been hit on the helmet.
Got hit on the helmet and then the body blow by ramming himself into the umpire. So it's not been an easy life for Jakir, but you could question that because he's hit so many sixes in his 24. So when he hits a six, he's not dizzy. The crowds are happy he's getting back on his feet.
Those sixes were before he was hit on the helmet with the ball. We'll have to see how he continues to bat. This doesn't look good. He's been attended, of course. Bangladesh fans will want him to play the next 9 deliveries left into this game. Concerned face of Phil Simmons will tell you, worried for his debutant. That protocol that you check, concussion test, right? Well, there are different things in life. Some people enjoy watching, some people have fun eating, and that too in big company. In this stage of the game, last 9 deliveries, you want to miss the action? Are you kidding me?
Well, they're watching cricket as well. Watching cricket and eating, I mean, nothing can be better than that, right? There's a long pause here. I think a decision has to be made regarding Jakir Ali. They're still asking him a few questions. That's a protocol of concussion. They absolutely need him. Bangladesh, 24, he is of 22 on debut, making a mark with the bat. Good time maybe for Bangladesh to regroup. It's about making sure that they bowl a disciplined channel and not leak runs. No 4s and 6s in the last few balls here. Jakir Ali is a keeper also, so I mean they want him to be in good shape. Front of the stumps and behind the stumps.
Yeah, so it's not only the focus for the next 9 deliveries, it's the focus for the entire second inning. Behind the wicket. Hold on to the chances.
Mushtaq Ahmed, the bowling coach, could be a good concussion replacement. He can keep wickets also.
Strange things are happening.
Here we go. Oh, play and a miss. Shorter in length. Just slackened the pace. Umar Zaid, that's good bowling.
We saw JP Dumini on the field in the match between Ireland and South Africa. He's the coach for South Africa's side. Maybe we could see Mushtaq Ahmed. Now, hasn't this been a good over? He's bowled according to his field.
Shot. Mid-off, misfields it. But no damage done, really. It's always a quick single.
Now, that went like a rocket into the field at mid-off region. Had he picked it cleanly, could have been a run out. There has been this thing with the fielding, ground fielding of Afghanistan today, a bit sloppy in the field.
Right, so let's see whether there's a slow bouncer. Is going to aim that leg side field again. Shuffles, hits it hard over cover for 4. Beautifully played. What a knock he's playing for Bangladesh. Jakir has timed that brilliantly. 240 for 7. Farooqi is going to bowl the last over for Afghanistan. He's gone at an economy of 9.67. And he's been given the hard task to finish the innings on a high. Taskeen on strike. Play and a miss. Direct hit would have gotten Jakir out, but he's got the striking area again. He's on strike.
Brilliant presence of mind from the man on debut. God, he doesn't look to be a man on debut. He looks to have played so many international matches. Let's look at this. First, finishing off the over of Azmatullah Omarzai with a beautiful boundary. Full toss on offer. Plays it nicely with a straight bat and into the gap. And then, on the charge, straight away, he wants to face Fazal Farooqi in the last over. Can Fazal redeem himself? He's been very expensive today, all over the place. He's 58 into his 7th over, hasn't taken a single wicket. Now, can this be an over that he could redeem himself? Can he reduce Bangladesh to anything under 250? Jakir on strike, 28, striking at more than 100.
Only be a single, so Taskeen is exposed to the strike. I think it's a good score by Bangladesh. Anything over 240, around 250 is a good score. This is, let's not forget, a used pitch where the ball will grip. Chasing down 250 will not be easy. That's good thinking and good batting, actually. Picks up a single. 3 more balls left.
Crucial 3 more balls left. This has been a good start to the over from Fazal Farooqi. Haven't given away any room before the start of the over. Seeing it from the perspective of the Bangladesh fans, they will have been very happy seeing Fazal Farooqi come to bowl the last over. But he's been not bad to start with. Can he get his revenge? Can he get the wicket of Jakir Ali?
That's a wide down the leg side. The idea was right. Yorker length. Honing in on the pads, but missed the target. So it's an extra conceded. Jakir has still got the strike.
Yeah, good glove work from Rahmanullah Gurbaz behind the wicket, keeping it to only 1. That too wide. Really, really good work from Bangladesh. 233 is the average day and night score on this wicket. Will really back themselves.
Nicely ball. He says no. That's excellent ball.
.244. Can they finish with a maximum? Can they hit another boundary to bring themselves to 250? Remember, that psychological factor always play in your mind. Coming down and chasing anything under 250 or above 250 might make the difference.
This has to be a 4 or a 6. Oh, that's beautifully bowled once again. He slices it past the infield, will pick up 2, so it still has the strike. There's still an opportunity for Bangladesh to end around 250. Well, there are around 250, 250 plus. Can he hit a 6 or a 4 of the last ball?
And the reason why there's still an opportunity is because an extra was bowled in this over. And when you look at Afghanistan's bowling guard, 19 extras, and among them 13 wides, would tell you that there was a bit of an issue as far the proper line and length concerned. Rashid Khan uncharacteristically bowled a few wides today.
Right, last ball of the innings. Jakir on 31. Hits it straight, hits it big. That's gone all the way. Is it? That's a 6. What a way to finish the innings. Stunning effort from the debutant. Farooqi has gone for plenty in his spell. He was given the charge to bowl the last 6, and it has actually not worked for Afghanistan. And Bangladesh finish on a massive high, and I'm sure this innings of Jakir will help them develop a strategy, a story, a positive story. He'll have a positive spin on things when they come out to bat, when they come out to bowl. And Afghanistan, well, a lot to look forward to, and they will have to bat sensibly to overcome this massive hurdle. 253 to win.
Oh, what a beautiful innings this has been from Zakir Ali. Look at this, into the slot, link ball in the slot, and smash this for a maximum. Talk about the confidence, talk about the character, talk about the composure. Bangladesh finding a finisher in the middle order in the shape of Zakir Ali, who's shown a strong temperament. Only the second Bangladesh player to hit 3 sixes on ODI debut after Shabir Rahman. The likes of Shabir Rahman, he was a big hitter, and so has Zakir Ali been. Well, this has been a very good batting display from Bangladesh. Started with Tanzid, who scored quick 22, and then Shomer Sarkar and Shanto putting together a good partnership. Shanto hitting a 50, scoring 76. And then you thought that maybe things fall apart. But Zakir Ali on debut scoring 37. Let's go downstairs.
Yeah, I've got Rashid Khan here with me. Rashid, firstly, very well bowled yourself, 2 for 32 from your 10 overs. Were you pleased with your own bowling effort?
Yeah, I think quite pleased with that. I bowled where I wanted, and I'm so happy with the pitching where I wanted. And yeah, I think it's a kind of wicket where I wanted to bowl more wicket to wicket and make sure like keep guessing the batsman which way it goes. And yeah, quite happy with it. Would have been great to get a couple of more wickets, but yeah, that's part of it. And I'm happy where I wanted to bowl. I have done that.
Talk to me about that change of angle coming around the wicket to the left-handers. That was something that caused a lot of problems, something you've been working on.
Well, yeah, I think that's something, from the last 1.5 2 years I've been working in the nets where I bowl from different angle to the left-hander and also to the right-hander as well. I come across, the batter and where I've been working on that as well in the nets. And yeah, it's perfect to the left-hander, but right-hander still needs a little bit more time to get it, make it more accurate. And I feel like, that's creates so many doubts in the mind of the batter. And yeah, that's the idea behind it, to have more skills in the bowling and to keep guessing the batsman.
Plenty of skill there, I can assure you. All 7 wickets went to the spinners. Does that make the chase now for your batters? Does that mean you'll have to target their fast bowlers a little bit?
Well, it's just about making sure you play the right brand of cricket. That's more important than you targeting any specific bowler, either a pace or spinner. But it's more about how you play this game and how you take this game deep. I think it's not that kind of wicket where it's very hard to face the spinner. It's still a good wicket to bat on. It's just about making sure you're taking the right decision at the right time and playing the right ball for the boundary and for the single. So I think that's more important than targeting anybody. I think if you're playing against this wicket, those shots which is hard on this wicket is going to be very costly for us, even if it's spinner or fast bowler. But for us, I think the more we play with the straight bat, it's better. We're going to get the right result.
Rashid, very well bowled. Best of luck in the second innings.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, is a performer. Farooqi went for plenty. 7 overs, none for 69. Otherwise, it was traffic as usual. 3 for 28 for Karote. Is a great talent, left arm spinner. Rashid picking up 2. Ghazanfar once again amongst wickets. 2 for 35 in his 10 overs. Can bowl with the new ball, can bowl with the old ball. And a terrific find for Afghanistan. So Afghanistan will have to bat well on a used pitch to get across the line. They need 253 runs of 50 overs at 5.06 RTO. We'll take an innings break and come back with live action very soon.
Welcome back to the second innings, which is about to take place in this second one-day international between Afghanistan and Bangladesh at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. We've had a thrilling first half of the match. Bangladesh winning the toss, deciding to bat. 252 for 7 they made. The captain, Shanto, with 76, the top scorer. But it was the contributions down the order from Jaka Ali and Nasim Ahmed that really have made a big difference for Bangladesh. Look at that, 46 from 42 balls, and Jaka continued on one-day international debut, remember, 22 in 15 deliveries with Taskin, and that late impetus really did send Bangladesh off the ground with a spring in their step. Got Andrew Leonard alongside me. Good afternoon to you, Andrew, and let's have a look at some highlights of the Bangladesh innings.
Yeah, very good afternoon. I couldn't agree more with your assessment. They've got off with the momentum, haven't they? And they started with that momentum too, particularly Tanzid Hassan with 3 4s and 1 6, but then the bat just twisted in his hand, and the president, Mohammad Nabi, took a really well-judged catch. But then the two left-handers came together. Shamir Sharkar joined by Najmul Hussain Shanto. And Brian, I thought their partnership, which was worth, well, the best part of 71, I believe, for the second wicket, was a really good one. Elegant strokes all around the ground.
Yes, they did play very well, and they set things up very nicely for Bangladesh at that stage. But then, well, Shamir Sharkar is going to regret not reviewing that. It pitched outside leg stump. Just given out LBW. That's 50 for the captain. A very fine hand indeed from him. A terrific googly from Rashid Khan to get rid of Mehdi Hassan Miraz, who was struggling a little bit. And that's a good catch head in the deep, looking into the sun by Siddiqullah Ali to get rid of to get rid of Tawhid. A couple of cheap wickets thrown away then by Bangladesh, and it looked as though they were going to, well, fall well short, but then in came Nasim Ahmed and Jaka Ali, and they really hit the ball beautifully at the back end.
They really did, and they needed to because of those 2 wickets in the 41st over. And there was 5 6s hit between the pair of them. Another wicket for Gazanfar, who struck back having been dispatched for 1. This was a big moment too, because the captain really should have held on to it. Hashmatullah Shahidi grasped that easy chance, and Jaka Ali with 37 off 27, including some really big blows and a maximum from the very final delivery, has given Bangladesh what we feel is an above par total of 252.
Yeah, there's the bowling figures. Mohammad Nabi bowling 10 overs, a rarity for him these days in one-day international cricket. Pick of the bowlers, undoubtedly Nangayala Karoti, the left-arm spinner, and he's the type of bowler who really is effective on this type of surface. He's got quite a low arm, quite skiddy, doesn't make the ball bounce very much, and he was very hard to get away. And Rashid Khan, well, it goes without saying there, doesn't it? 2 for 32. He was exceptional as well, as was Gazanfar. Well, let's have a look then. Afghanistan needing 253 to win. That's going to be a very stiff task, I rather fancy. Remember, this is a used surface. We played on this same pitch in the first one-day international on Wednesday. So how will Afghanistan get on, I wonder?
One of the most notable aspects of that first innings, Brian, was just how effective the spinners were and how ineffective the seamers were. Ramanullah Gurbaz, therefore, opening the batting after that scare, the lower leg injury that we thought could have ruled him out of today, but with the extra day gap, with a 2-day break in between the ODIs, it's meant that he's been good enough and fit enough to play. And then the young man who's been a bit of a talk of Afghan cricket over the last few weeks with an outstanding ACC Emerging Teams Cup in Muscat, he gets another chance, his second ODI at the top. But Brian, with that difference between the fast bowlers and the spinners, you do wonder, have Bangladesh picked the right bowling attack, because they've got 3 out-and-out seamers, including this man, Sharaful Islam, in their 11.
Well, one of them, remember, is Mustafiza, and what a clever bowler he is, taking the pace off the ball.
Are you ready? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go!
Let's play. Gurbaz on strike. Shoreful with the ball in his hand. Straight away, Gurbaz skipping down the pitch and completing the single, and that's the jolly thing from Afghanistan perspective, because it was a very similar run on Wednesday that he trotted through for, and all of a sudden felt a pain in his thigh muscle and wasn't able to keep wicket as a result. But he's out there now. The medical team have done their job. But his record batting after keeping wickets isn't particularly effective. Just 18 he averages. Let's see if he can buck that trend this evening.
It's an amazing stat, that, isn't it, Brian? The fact that his average tails off so drastically. Not just his average, his strike rate too. Average is 18 in the second innings, having kept wicket in the first at a strike rate of just 65. And whilst he's not keeping wickets, he's averaging over 45. This is Siddiqullah Atal getting ready. Seen plenty of different kind of warm-ups from batters. Not sure I've seen that one before. They say watch the ball is the key.
Yes, that's the watchword, isn't it? Watch the ball, and that's exactly what he was doing there. A little bit of swing there for Shoreful. First up, we saw that from Faisal Haq Faruqi as well when he had the new ball in his hand. Won't last long, very abrasive surface. The shine will go off this ball very, very quickly. That's uppish, but into the gap between backward point and second slip. And Atal off the mark.
They're really contrasting attacks, Brian, aren't they? Because if you look at that Afghan bowling attack in the first innings, 7 wickets taken, all 7 going to the spinners. 3 days ago on Wednesday, the 9 wickets that the bowlers took, there was a run out to go alongside that right at the end. They all went to the seamers. That's why those 3 seamers have all kept their place. But Mehdi Hassan Miraz, he was wicketless, so too was Mahmudullah with his 2 overs, as was the leg spinner Rashad Hussain, who's now been left out.
Loves a quick single, does Ramanella Gurbaz. If you're batting at the other end from him, you've got to be on your toes. Yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed, actually, that Rashad Hussain's missed out today. He's played a lot of 2020 cricket. His one-day international career is very much in the embryonic stage. But I would have liked to have seen him get a little bit of a run, but obviously they didn't feel that this surface was in keeping with the skills that he offered. End of the first over. Afghanistan chasing 253 to win. They're 2 without loss. Taskin Ahmed. It's going to be operating from the Sharjah club end. Called a wide there by the umpire. Bit of an airy-fairy shot by Siddiqullah Atal. Atta Ali Khan's joined me. Good evening to you, Atta. Are you happy with where Bangladesh find themselves at the moment?
Absolutely. Good evening, Brian. Good evening, all. Yeah, it turned out to be a good late evening for Bangladesh. To be able to score 52 in the last 5 overs and to get past 250, yeah, very good.
Just heard Andrew Leonard talking about the composition of Bangladesh's attack. Is it suited to this surface, do you think?
Well, if you look at what he did achieve, those seam bowlers, Taskin picked up 4 for 53 in that first one-day international. And the amount of hard work that he's done in the recent past, it also shows how he handles himself in the middle. He's tucked away for a single, and if you look at the surface, devoid of any grass, as a seamer you would want to see some grass to get something out of the surface, but he was pretty good, pretty accurate. He picked up Ramanullah Gurbaz early, denting the hopes. Yes, the short one straight to the fielder. Again, the short one working. That was Mohammad Nabi. And then Chemba, 4 runs straight. Very good. Not only he, I thought Mustafizur Rahman was spot on.
This is a really good matchup, this one, because Ramanullah Gurbaz has a career strike rate in excess of 90 against Mustafizur and Sharaful, but only 49 against Taskin. So there are 2 slips in. I think Afghanistan and Bangladesh both know the importance of Gurbaz's wicket here, because chasing in excess of 5 and over on an old used surface, you would reckon that Afghanistan would want to get off to a quick start, would want to make sure they didn't leave too much to do at the back end of the innings. As the balls get older, pitch gets even more tired, harder to hit perhaps.
Yeah, back of the length, and the reason for Shanto to have 2 slip in place, because there is a bit of lateral movement available for Taskin. Have a look at that. This particular delivery shapes away from the right hander, so he needs to get it a little bit closer to ensure that he plays at it. Too easy for him because a little bit too wide, and leaves it to the keeper.
Well, there was no second slip for the left-handed Atal. That's blown away down to the boundary for 4. Mahmudullah just slaps his thigh there in frustration that he couldn't prevent that ball going over the rope.
Yeah, at times Taskin Ahmad guilty of bowling a little bit too wide. Again, this was quite wide, and Atal went for it. He's lucky, slices away, and it goes fine over the slip fielder, and then a couple of bounces. He got behind it, Mahmudullah, but could not hold on to it. So boundary.
A bit of a sloppy start this from Taskin. It's his 2nd wide of the over. He struggled a little bit with his direction.
Yeah, at times when you come across early on against the left-hand, right-hand combination, the bowler just tends to once go down the leg side, and once he can see the single, then he gets a other batter who can be a right-hander or a left-hander. So he's been quite down the leg side to both the batters.
Bread and butter stuff for a top-class player, that. Off the hip, down to fine leg. Atal will keep the strike. Afghanistan 11 without loss. Plenty of depth in that batting order, with Rashid Khan coming in at number 8. Sharaful, who was the joint highest wicket taker for Bangladesh in the Cricket World Cup last year, 10 wickets in 8 matches, same tally as Mehdi Hassan Miraz. He was one of the star turns, wasn't he, for Bangladesh under-19s when they won the ICC Under-19 Cricket World Cup in 2020.
Yep. Really good from Bangladesh. And they'll also be feeling a little bit relaxed, especially after that cameo from Zakir Ali in this innings of 252. Yeah, it was a golden period for Bangladesh, I can tell you that. Looking back at the Under-19 Cricket World Cup, Men's Cricket World Cup, they went on to play the final against Red Hot India and went on to win. What a moment. Created history. And he's why Shariful Islam was a part of that team. So was Tanzid Hassan Tamim, who's playing in this match. Well, ball, that's a hint of movement. Tawheed Ridoy. These are the youngsters who've been given an opportunity to excel at all the formats. Test cricket, ODIs, T20 format. Lovely delivery. He's got lovely skills here. Good wrist position, releases it nicely. And then hint of movement. You know, he played at it. Beats him.
It's fair to say Sharaful's a wicket taker coming into this series. His strike rate, number of balls per wicket, just 29.3. That's one of the best around, and his best bowling actually, 4 for 21 against Afghanistan. That was in Chattogram in July of last year, so he enjoys Afghanistan as opponents. That's a lovely shot. It wasn't a half volley at all. Just stood up on his toes and timed the ball between backward point and cover.
Looks a good player, Atal. And that's what you were talking about. Shariful Islam, best bowling in ODIs versus Afghanistan, 4 for 21. Providence 2022 against West Indies, 4 for 34. Napier, 3 for 22. And another 4 for against Zimbabwe.
Head goes back from Atal, knows that was a poor shot. End of the over. Afghanistan 13 without loss. It's gone down the leg side. Again, Taskin's direction awry, as it was in the first over. Gurbaz was charging him. Taskin perhaps saw him coming and tried to follow him, but, well, he's struggling for rhythm at the moment, the big fella.
You saw him coming down the wicket. Had no chance whatsoever for the keeper to grab that one down the leg side. Yeah, he has not been in good rhythm at all, Taskin Ahmed. He needs to find a and find it quickly.
As I mentioned, on the one hand, Afghanistan want to get on with things because they know the importance of runs in this power play. But on the other side, they want to keep wickets in hand. Now, the question is, can they have their cake and eat it?
Well, I think the right way to go about it is see the next couple of overs and decide, okay, who's going to go and be a little bit aggressive. Because we've heard that second time batting is not easy. So you really don't want to see the batters take chances here. You want to see someone like Ramanullah Gurbaz to get his eye in, get set, because we know if he gets in, he can play a long innings. That's exactly what Afghanistan would need to find. Not one, but two from the top order to just make sure that they build a really good partnership.
Oh, what a great catch. Shamya Sharka had slipped. That ball was flying. Gurbaz goes. So his poor record of batting after keeping wicket continues. Taskin, well, he's been a little bit all over the shop so far, but he's the man who's got the early breakthrough. Terrific catch, though.
What a catch. What a catch. Look how wide that is. Extra bounce, he went after it, and have a look at that grab. Brilliant from Summo Shaka. He cannot believe his luck. Ramanullah Gurbaz goes. Afghanistan lose their first wicket. He goes for two. It's 18 for 1.
Afghanistan lose their first wicket, and Ramat Shah comes in, the leading run scorer for Afghanistan in one-day internationals. Made just 2 on Wednesday. Here's his record, an impressive one. One of 7 Afghanistan players to have scored centuries in one-day international cricket. Level with Ibrahim Zadran in terms of the number of hundreds he scored. Only Ramanullah Gurbaz and Mohammad Shahzad have scored more. This is why he's here.
I could have left it alone also, according to mine. Gets an outside edge, just flying. And flying very quickly. What a catch that is. Problem for Afghanistan is that in that first one-day international, even though they managed to score 235, they were at one stage 35 for 4. So the top order are not among the runs. Once again, a failure with the bat for Ramanullah Gurbaz. So it's important that someone just make sure that he hangs around. Ramanullah Gurbaz, we saw what he did, but I think Ramat Shah and also Atal would need to find ways, find methods to survive. It will get easier later on. It all depends how the Bangladesh spinners bowl on this surface also. They picked up an extra spinner. They replaced Rashad Hussain with Nasu Ahmed. He wants that fielder at fine leg a little bit finer.
Terrific stuff from Taskin. Really good comeback after an erratic start. Afghanistan 18 for 1.
Afghanistan 18 for 1. Bit of a stutter. Crowd is behind Bangladesh. 2 slips in position. Swing off the outside edge. Single. Good competition developing in the commentary box. I'm Devendra, with me is Ramesh Raja.
I don't know whether the viewers had a chance to listen to Rashid Khan's little snippet, little interview at the end of the innings, and it was all about playing with a straight bat and making sure that you hit the correct balls to fence. No point in hitting everything out of the park, so you got to be very, very precise with what you want to hit and what you want to avoid.
In the air, he's getting the ball to swing away and then bringing one back to the batter.
So against Shariful, you've got to be a little bit careful because he swings the ball both ways. He's pretty accurate. And so you, from Afghanistan's point of view, you've got to make sure that you see him off, not look for heroics in the first 4, 5, 6 overs, get a partnership rolling, and just replicate what Bangladesh did. They were quiet, they weren't too dramatic in their approach, but eventually got to a 250 score. Pitching outside the leg stump, so no danger on that occasion.
Mental discipline. Swing with the educated edge will pick up a single. It's important as a batting unit to assess the phase of the innings where you can score runs and the phase of the innings where you have to be careful. And that's where mental discipline plays a part.
Problem on such a surface, on a low bouncy surface, is that your technique is challenged because Shariful and company will be looking to aim straight at the stumps. And so you can't get your bearings wrong. So your front foot has got to be in line with the ball, not across the line. And so there's chance of leg before and bowl on a surface like this. And on this, you've got to be technically well equipped to make sure that you get through this phase.
Nicely clipped to the onside. Behind square for 4. A confidence boosting stroke for Atal.
Yes, it's a beautiful shot. A little bit of wrist, a little bit of arms, and timing was great on the pads. And you want to put away the bad balls, and anything on the pad has to go.
Just straying on line, playing with the angle, using the pace. Excellent stroke from Atal. On to 14 or 15 into his second one-day internationals. They got second slip and fourth slip. 2 slips in position. Swing away, and that's one goal.
It's a very good leave. 2 slips in place. So the idea is to get him playing away from the line, away from his body, and edging something around that line towards slip. Such a good seam position, making that ball move away appreciably.
Also, he's got the tendency of reaching at the ball, and that's why he's bowling slightly wider. Nicely defended. That marks the end of the 5th over. Afghanistan in the chase, 24 for 1. Superb atmosphere here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. It's a sporting Saturday. 2 pace bowlers getting the ball to swing. He's operating with 2 slips in position as well. More of a slip and a gully. Hits him on the pad. That ball came sharply back to the right-hander. He's pleading with the umpire. He does not raise the finger.
Extravagant angle from Taskeen. I think it probably would have missed the stumps down the leg side. Shanto wants to confirm in a middle huddle regarding DRS. Timer is out, and so they'll continue with this effort. Yeah, way down the leg side on the pads. But you've got to give him 10 out of 10 for that theatrical effort.
So now then, Ramasha on one, on a strike. It's Tuskin from the far end. In swing again, better line this time around.
Afghanistan must know that this is a delicate period. The ball is still shaping around, so what you need to do is to make sure that you fall back on good defense. Not worry about the target at this stage. Get a partnership, see off this threat of new ball. Yeah. Missing the stumps down the leg side, so in the end it was a good call from the skipper.
Almost chopping that one onto the stumps. Ramasha has got the technical efficiency to negate with the swinging deliveries. He can negotiate good quality pace bowling.
Timing will be a challenge, especially batting second time around under lights. Takes a little bit of time adjusting to the light, to the conditions, to the slowness of the pitch.
Slip in gully. Fine leg on the boundary, third on the boundary as well. Reaching for a widest delivery, couple of in-swinging deliveries, and then he makes sure that he holds the line of the ball well outside the off stump.
Well, Tuskin is the leader of the pack, very, very marginal regarding wide delivery. They're looking for some outswing, and it was a real wide one, not given by the umpire. But they all look up to him. Tuskin is the attacker, he's the aggressor, he's the firefighter for them also. In a crunch situation, they look up to him, and he provides them with a magic relief. Oh, almost an outside edge. Wonderful ball. Really is terrific bowling this.
Teasing line, teasing length, teasing delivery. He's challenging the off stump. Oh, the wide of the off stump. Outside edge was challenged, inside edge was challenged. He's bowling beautifully. Magnificent delivery. They're sustaining the pressure.
That's the other advantage that you get bowling under lights here in Sharjah. We're approaching winters here, so atmosphere is just a little bit heavy and just about perfect for some sideways movement.
5 dot deliveries. Can he bowl a maiden? It's pushing through the offside, not in control of the stroke. A maiden for Tuskin. 6 gone, 24 for 1 Afghanistan. It's a firebird production for Afghanistan Cricket Board. At Slab Cup, Afghanistan versus Bangladesh series here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. Slip and man at the gully position. Man in the covers as well in catching position. Beautiful deliveries, bowling lovely line.
Bangladesh are trying their hardest, looking for an outside edge. This is not a bad line at all. But what about Afghanistan? They've become heck of a side. They just can't stop fighting. When they're out there, they're resilient and they're brilliant. That's a great combination. There's a lot of talent and skill, natural ability, and then they back it up with passion, desire, and resilience.
That is the most important element. With Gogol Mohsin Sheikh, video analyst for the Bangladesh cricket team, used to be video analyst for Afghanistan cricket team as well, and that's where he might have provided them with the information about the areas where they should be targeting early on into the innings. Rahman Shah in particular, he spent a lot of time with Afghanistan cricket board. It's these minor things that make big differences as well in the overall outlook of the results matches.
He's shown a lot of maturity so far. And he's not been one-dimensional, especially if you're coming into a tournament of the back of a series of great knocks. You can let yourself just flow a little bit more and take few extra risks. But he's been absolutely watertight so far, Atul.
Maturity, understanding about the conditions and adopting your game, and that's how you become great. Takes a lot out of a batter to get used to different kind of conditions, especially for the top order batters. The lines today from Bangladeshi pacers. The areas that's where the coaches might have suggested the bowlers to operate with, and they've been quite successful in keeping good lines as well.
Absolutely, I think it's a great spread where you're hitting the stumps and keeping that off-stump channel against right and left-handers.
Sweetly timed. Just a single. There is no conscious effort to find boundaries. With the departure of Gurbaz, it was important for the two batters to negotiate through the early threat of two fast bowlers who are getting the ball to swing around, and that's where both the batters have shown the patience and discipline with their stroke making. Now, slip and leg, slip in position. Beautifully struck. A remarkable stroke from Rahman Shah. Superb time. Afghanistan are 29 for 1 at the stage of 7th over. Bangladesh were 43 for 1. Taskeen to continue from the far end. Play and miss, this time beating the inside edge of the bat.
Try to hit it just a little too hard. His head not staying in with the shot, was just a little bit all over the place.
Fine leg on the boundary, third on the boundary. Cover around 20 yards from the batter. Sweetly driven. That's a scintillating stroke from Siddiqullah Atal. Might not go to the boundary, but a confidence boosting stroke from him.
Another view into his talent, that drive through the offside. Last ball of the last over, it was his partner who played a very graceful cover drive. I think you're better off really playing original shots up front against the new ball. There's no need to slog your way out through this phase. It's all so important to maintain presence at the crease right now with a partnership. So keep the good balls away and make use of the balls that you can hit. The loose ones have to be put away, and I think that's the real secret of that balance that we're talking about.
Putting the bad deliveries away and keeping the good one out. Taskin 1 for 17. Rahmat Shah holds the key for Afghanistan in the chase. In the absence of Ibrahim. It's up to him to get through the task of keeping the wickets in hand when the ball is swinging around. Too far outside the off stump.
I think variation is the key. Once the sideways movement stops a little bit, the next best option available to the likes of Mustafiz and company is to vary the pace, the off cutters, the leg cutters, the slow bounces, the seam up deliveries, so you can actually prepare yourself mentally to bowl 6 variations in an over. It's that kind of a pitch.
Very well defended by Rahmat Shah. Good pace, operating around 140.
That's a seriously good change of pace. His last ball before this one was around 132, 133, and this last one 141.
Siddiq is betting on 18, Rahmat Shah 5. Excellent defensive stroke to finish the 8th over. Afghanistan, sedate start, 32 for 1.
Just starting to build. Afghanistan slowly. With Gurbaz gone in the first power play. With him went the hopes of that real flying start to the chase. There's been a few signs from Siddiqullah Tal in particular as to why he could be such an exciting prospect. We're going to go upstairs to have a look if this direct hit is out or not. Looks safely home.
We have an umpire review for run out at the bowler's end. Can I have a side and angle, please? Yeah, bat's grounded beyond the popping crease. I've made my decision for the big screen.
Yeah, the right decision. Never any harm in just double checking, particularly if as an umpire you're just a tiny bit out of position. But there's been a few signs from Atal as to what an exciting prospect he's going to prove to be, or we hope he will prove to be for Afghanistan. I'm going to wish a good evening to Ahmed Fadai. Not necessarily the start that they would have wanted Afghanistan, but just starting to build.
Yeah, good evening, Andrew. One of the other prospects in Sadiq Atal's batting is also is running between the wicket. We know Rahmanullah Gurbaz is quick between the wickets, and it is also one of his features as far as Sadiqullah Atal is concerned. So he really is a promising prospect for the Afghanistan cricket on the back of player of the series performance high in the air, but that will be kept to 2. So this has been not a bad start for Afghanistan, seeing the fact the early breakthrough, Rahmanullah Gurbaz departing early, steady partnership of 17 doing the construction work.
We heard Devendra Kumar say that Rahmat Shah may be the key to this chase. He's a class act. He's been described as the Rolls-Royce of Afghanistan's batting lineup. He's their leading ODI run scorer. Nobody's got more than him in this format. But all that being said, he is just having a slightly tricky couple of years. Not a big drop-off in form, but he hasn't had an ODI century since against Ireland back in 2021. In the last 2 years, last 2 calendar years, 23 and 24, averaging less than 30. Whereas 2021, 2022, he was averaging over 50. It's a gorgeous shot. Maybe a few signs he's just coming back to that form, into double figures in some style. And right on cue, one of Afghan's best.
Well, he certainly is one of the best batter the Afghanistan have got. Last 40 innings, he hasn't got 100, but look at that for a shot. He knows that the Bangladesh bowlers are bothering him, troubling him on the off-stump line, but this time around, getting that enough height to play his shot freely. He was the highest run scorer in the ODI World Cup 2019. That was not a very promising campaign for Afghanistan, but 254 runs that Rahmat Shah scored in that ODI World Cup. But he's always been the reliable one-down batsman for Afghanistan.
It's pitched outside leg, I suspect. Probably going to miss the stumps too. And the keeper says, Sharaful, no, we're not taking a review on that. That might have stung Rahmat Shah. He might be smiling, but there's a bit of a grimace. There's a little area you can see just underneath the inner thigh pad there. That's where he could have been struck. 9 have been bowled. 39 for 1. Some great names there, aren't there? Mohamed Nabi going past 3,500 runs in that really good innings in the first ODI here. Shahzad probably not in the mix in this format going forward. Asghar Afghan, the former captain, and now the current captain, Hashmatullah Shahidi. Strength of Afghan cricket has always been the bowling, the X factor, hasn't it? But plenty of fine batters too. Maybe none better than this man on screen.
Yeah, Mohammad Nabi, what a cricketer he's been for Afghanistan. Heard Athar talking about it. He's only missed 5 ODIs. Have always been part of the Afghanistan victories, and on the back of those brilliant 84 runs, completing 3,500 runs. But let's have a look at this. This is going to be tough on the knee. I mean, you have the support, but as you mentioned, there's this bit of an area above the knee where it could hurt. So despite the support, still have hit him hard.
Yeah, if you've never actually worn a set of cricket pads, if you're watching on back home, maybe just a fan who loves their cricket but never has had the chance to play, that there's significantly less padding in that flap above the knee roll. So you can see there on the left of your shot the kind of the three straps that come across and cover the knee. Then above it, it's really just that flap. You've got a thigh pad underneath the trousers then that give protection, but that's missed that and hit that flap. There is Mohamed Nabi. Yeah, stick in 171 ODI wickets alongside those 3,500 plus runs, and they've got a pretty good servant. Mehdi Hassan Miraz, already over 100 wickets himself. And Bangladesh, their spin unit is yet to take a wicket in this series, remarkably, in what we believe are pretty helpful conditions. How their overs go, it could be as many as 30 if Mahmudullah is used a lot, could dictate this contest. And immediately turn on offer.
That's actually good bowling. We saw in the first ODI he was bowling with the angle, but this time around starting things off nicely, trusting your skill, the normal off spinner to the left-hander. And if Mehdi Hassan Miraz bowls his overs and make an impact, all of a sudden the skipper will start thinking, let's bring in the other spinners into play, because we know that the pacers so far have only taken wickets for Bangladesh. Quick run taken. Good cricket all around.
Yeah, certainly you think of the Bangladesh spin attack, you think of conventional spin. There's no real mystery to Mehdi Hassan Miraz. He's a fine bowler. So to spring on to the international stage in Test cricket. England learnt all about that in Bangladesh. And Nasser Ahmed, who's come in, really just bowls orthodox slow left arm. Mahmudullah the same. Occasionally he can get one to just hold its line or go away. But you compare that to the mystery and the brilliance of the Afghan spin options. I know the ball is turning, but it's very conventional turn. So now a bit of creative captaincy, leg slips come into play. Like to see this from Shanto.
Yeah, straight away with the attack. Oh, this is gone through. What just happened? Rahmat Shah didn't have a clue. Did Jagir miss a catch?
Well, there was a clear noise. You'll probably even have heard it at home. It's an edge and it's a drop catch. It's gone straight through. He actually hasn't even got a glove on it, remarkably, because it's burst through. You could argue it's a mis-stumping on top of things as well. So we don't have double plays in cricket, but two opportunities for dismissal on the same delivery. Shah has a life, dropped on 11. Big moment in the match, potentially. End of the first power play. It's 40 for 1. End of the first power play, come into the second now. Signalled with a smile. Gonna help if we get that ball out of his holster and toss it back to the bowler as well. Mustafizer didn't have a ball to operate with there. That is Bismillah Janshinwari, the home umpire. In comes the Fizz. Thought he was exceptional the other night, 4 wickets. And he will pose a big threat with the ball as always. Nicely punched. It's been a few really good signs, hasn't there? Not necessarily huge power on show from Atal, but a lot of style.
Style it is, absolutely. But I'm seriously thinking about the purchase that the spinner have got in the first over. Atal with one that he chased outside, and then Gulbaz following him, perishing inside the power play. But since then, it has not been a bad start for Afghanistan. Steady and been lucky as well. Into the 10th over, Mehdi Hassan Miraz getting an opportunity spelled by the man on debut. But you will think about the turn on the wicket. Now, technically, Bangladesh have 3 spinners, but if Fizz start bowling his cutters, you might have him into a dual action, like into a dual role of sometimes with the cutters, an off spinner, and with the pace ones, a quick bowler.
More look at the drop here in the previous over. It's a very difficult chance for 2 reasons. One, it's been a significant edge. That ball was well within the line of the stumps, and I'm not sure that Jakar Ali was expecting it. It's flown so quickly to him. He feels as though he had no real chance at it. I think we could see some cutters from Mustafizer, but probably not this early in his spell. New ball, 1 at each end. This is still only 6 overs old. So he'll be looking to exploit what he can from mainly wobble seam deliveries.
And do you remember from the series against Ireland that Afghanistan was playing, Niall O'Brien was in the commentary box, and he talked about him getting Rahmat Shah stumped out a few times because he drags his back foot. We once again saw the same thing happening. He's dragging his back foot. I talked to him, he said he's improved that. But there was a definite stumping opportunity as well.
Sounds desperately unlike Niall O'Brien talking about his playing days on air. Let's get a look at the Fizz's 4 wickets in the first match. I thought that was a particularly clever delivery when he trapped Atul LBW, one that just skidded on a little bit lower. Again, the big one of Omer's side. And then when he came back in his later spell, that was in the 3rd power play, the captain, having just got to 50, looked to run one down to deep 3rd. All he could do was chop on. Glorious stroke from Siddiqullah Atal. Well, that for me is the shot of the chase. Right on top of the bounce. Played with a pretty straight bat, but gets it square enough to beat the mid-on fielder and runs away for 4.
Yeah, safe cricket, that is. Watching the ball closely, keeping an eye till the end, and then playing it nicely. Not doing too much. And enough to hit it for a 4. Welcome boundary for Afghanistan.
Good comeback from Mustafizer, end of the 11th. It is 46 for 1. Well, Afghanistan well behind where Bangladesh were at this stage. Crucially still just 1 wicket down, and they do have batters that come in the middle order. You think of Omar Sy, Nabi, even Rashid Khan, who can score really quickly. They just want to keep half an eye on that required run rate. 5.3 at the moment. Don't want it getting out of control too much over a run of ball, particularly with the kind of paucity of runs we've seen at the death.
Well, it's also very important that you keep wickets. What happens in Sharjah when you talk to the players and the kind of game that we see when there is dew and in the last 10-15 overs, it can be that there's a lot of dew, the ball is wet, and then it can start skidding back on. Mr. Pakhtian, the head of marketing and media manager, in discussion, I believe, with one of the sponsors. Yeah, so I'm very much looking forward to the spell from Mehdi Hasan Miraj. He's getting some purchase and he's getting settled. As a batter, you don't want to allow for the bowler to settle because that can be really dangerous.
He's going slower and slower. Now have a look at Siddiqullah Atal's bat here. The second slip comes into play. He'll be better placed to tell me. This is the next big thing in Afghan cricket, isn't it? This young man here. 5 consecutive scores of 50 plus, including 2 not outs in that ACC Emerging Teams Cup. Brilliant reverse sweep, great innovation. There may not be a sponsor on that bat yet. Surely it's a matter of time before there is for Siddiqullah Atal.
It's a matter of time, you rightly called it. A reverse sweep coming into play, seeing the ball pitched onto the 4th stump. Plays it nicely, Siddiqullah Atal. He plays safe cricket, he's got temperament, he's got mental toughness, he reads the condition. And he's already shown what a player he is in making.
It's almost a sort of happy accident, isn't it, for Afghanistan that Ibrahim Zadran is injured. It's allowed kind of a guilt-free opportunity for Atal to come in. If Zadran was fit, would Atal necessarily be playing? He started so brightly. 12 have been bowled. 50's come up. It's 51 for 1. Just the 2 overs of spin thus far. Again, this is a very seam-heavy Bangladesh attack. 2 left-armers. And Taskin Ahmed, who bowled with real fire and pace and aggression. Just talking a bit more about Siddiqullah Atal. We saw the range of shots in that last over. Not just that ACC Emerging Teams Cup where he did so well, but in great form in the Spagiza League earlier in the year in Afghanistan.
Yeah, he brought his team, but the Amir Dragons, led by Ashmatullah Shahidi, to the final. He scored 423 runs. I brought this up. One of the distinguished factors about Siddiqullah Atal is his mental toughness, reading the conditions, not getting carried away, understanding the game awareness. And he showed that in the semi-final, in the final match in the Emerging Teams Asia Cup. And 5 consecutive 50s, 368 runs, being the player of the series, making Afghanistan the champions of Asia.
Yeah, his average in that series over 120, Bradman-esque, and I think it shows the ever-growing depth in Afghan cricket, that it kind of takes those sort of performances to break into the team. We spoke about Noor Ahmed dominating the CPL, can't get in this Afghan team right now. Qais Ahmed not in and around the starting 11 right now. There's so much talent being produced by this nation, it's quite remarkable.
You gotta appreciate all the effort that has been put by the Afghanistan Cricket Board in the domestic structure, working on the talent pool and introducing players to the high performance center, developing their game, working on their stamina. And about Siddiq Atal, he continues to do the self-improvement. He's always critical of his game, trying to improve his work. And when you listen to his story, back in 2018 in the under-19, he was not able to perform well. And then in first class in Leicester, when he was given the debut, he couldn't perform. And he said, I cried. That is one way that I just empty my heart and kind of tell myself, why is it that the opportunity I got, I was not able to cash it out? And then you see what a change he brings into his thinking and his skills and his abilities. And all of a sudden you see a batter from Afghanistan, and then you start thinking, I can rely on this man. He can bring the team home.
Just really exciting, isn't it? Still very early days from. But your points about I suppose, the structures that are in place back in Afghanistan, the facilities, the stadiums that are being used. Heard great reports of that Spagiza League. Was chatting to a few of the coaching staff the other evening, Andrew Puttick and Shane McDermott, who travelled over for that Spagiza. They couldn't believe the standard, not of the players that they knew. The players beneath that, the ones that are kind of in and around maybe the 60 or 70 best in the country. Exciting times for Afghan cricket. 13 have been bowled. It's 54 for 1.
Afghanistan nicely placed with a partnership of 36.
Sep.
Yeah, even though he went wicketless in that first one, the international, Medias and Miraj was the most economical bowler. None for 30 in 10 overs in that first match. And even tonight, he's asking questions, Medias and Miraj, but it's turning out to be a good partnership. Remember, 36 of 59, 9 wickets in hand. They've just got past 50. It's 54 for 1. The required run rate still within their grasp, 5.43. They're going at 4.05.
Sep.
Rahmat has been pretty slow, 15 of 32. While his partner, a young kid going at a good pace, 31 years of 41, and you always look forward to this from Afghanistan. They have this great capacity to produce great talent from nowhere. I'm sure there's a process put into place, but once they're exposed to the real challenge, they come up trumps. It's just quite amazing. You take a bowler or take a batter like Atul, and you feel that he's got so much to offer. Missing the stumps down the leg side. I don't think that'll be given out. Close, but sadly not close enough for Bangladesh.
Yeah, they're probably going to have a bit of a chat. Nazmus and Shanto, the skipper, looking at the keeper. And also Shumo Sharkar was standing in the slip scored and he's not sure. And he's not going for it.
Yeah, that's the second time that he's been very good in that huddle, asking questions. Bangladeshi skipper, and then sticking to his call. Would have missed the stumps down the leg side. Playing for the spin, it's not there. That's why Miraz has been so good. His deliveries at times have spun, at times they've straightened off the surface. So very difficult really to read. Yeah, missing the stumps down the leg side. Didn't look out. Yeah, gets it to spin. The moment he sees a batsman coming out of the crease, he spins it, rips it. That is such good thinking and bowling from Miraz. 57 for 1. Bangladesh have set themselves up for a wicket here. The pressure is on Afghanistan, especially on Rahmat, 16 of 33. We know that he's got no temperament issues as such. This is a typical Rahmat response. He bats like this in 50 overs cricket. That's why he bats at number 3. Takes a bit of extra time to settle into the act, and then he takes his side over the line. 39 of 63 this partnership. Hashmatullah, Umar Zaid, Nabi, they've got plenty of batting talent up their sleeve. But just keep an eye on the required rate. It's almost touching 5.5 now.
Yeah, you talk about pressure. You also look at how the bowlers have created that pressure. Remember, dealing in picking up singles and twos. It's been 15 deliveries since the last boundary. So Bangladesh have been pretty good ensuring that they do not bowl loose deliveries. That's how you can really apply a little bit more pressure. He struggled with the timing throughout this innings, Ramiz, Rahmat Shah. 16 of 35, even the last delivery that he played, they were mid-on and mid-off inside the circle. It was on the up, he tried to hit it over the top, but gets an inside edge. So he struggled with the timing. But if he spent some time in the middle, he should get better from here on.
Can easily get another fielder in for Rahmat. Got to think out of the box. Let's not forget what happened to Bangladesh in the last contest, where they allowed the game to just slip away from their grasp. So he's got to be just a little bit brave here. Read the situation. Read what the batsman is trying to do. Is looking to block first, Rahmat. And then when the opportunity arises, he's only sort of careful, just placing the ball in the gap for a single. That's more like it. That's such a beautiful shot. He's oozing with talent. He's got great temperament. And he's taking Bangladeshi bowling on.
Yeah, two contrasting innings. If you look at someone like Atal, he's smashed that. He's picked that length very quickly. Head very still. He looks very organized. And his area to pick up boundaries has been very good. Yes, 17 deliveries. And now the boundary comes. A good one from the left-hander.
Another nice shot, just covering the line of the ball and flicking it for a single. So I think Bangladesh would be better served keeping Rahmat more on strike. And to do that, they've got to have another man in the ring. Just let him then experiment with something extravagant, and in the process hurt himself. Get out. Get him out of his comfort zone. Right now he's looking to block, and at the most he's just looking to rotate the strike. Nothing more than that so far in this innings. 17 A's of 36. See, that's desperation. That may earn him a 4, but Bangladesh had created that pressure on him. And in the end, inside edge earns him a 4, 67 for 1. So 186 more to win in 35 overs. Going to be a fascinating battle for this game. 49 run partnership. So Afghanistan doing the first thing quite okay. They need partnerships, couple of good partnerships. This fellow's pretty special, Atul. Atul, the left-hander opener. Young, exciting and full of promise.
Yeah, Siddiqullah Atul has been good. And the partnership also really good. And that can be a threatening one. That was a very good shot. The pickup shot of the back foot. You would want somebody to stand up tall in the top order. The only wicket for Taskin Ahmed, 1 for 17. I thought Miraj was outstanding. Just 9 runs in his 3 overs. Mustafizur, expensive, 19 of 3. Shariful, only the 4 bowler used, gone for 22 of 5. So Afghanistan will not mind that at all, I can tell you that. 67 for 1, with a partnership 49, both looking good. If they carry on for another 5-10 overs, then they'll be definitely, especially the dressing room, will be feeling that the chase is on.
Rahmat's strike rate is 56. His partner is going at 82, so he's making up for what is not coming through.
Ooh,
from
Mendy,
Rahmat.
very good. Very good. Come Mendy, come Mendy. Coming guys, number 2 coming guys. Oh yeah, sep, out.
That's the well-picked single. Ran with the shot. So here's a query now for the coaching staff of Bangladesh, because this is kind of the same pattern that is developing, which we saw from Bangladesh in the first game meandering. Even though they're waiting for things to happen, it's about being proactive, and I think the coaching staff have got to really be just a little bit more assertive. I know there's a typical way how the coaching staff works, you know. And Phil Simmons is a hard taskmaster. There's no denying the fact that he works extremely hard and have great practice sessions. But right now, what needs to be done is to maybe send a message across to Shanto that, look, boss, this is not happening again. Surely not.
Oh, beauty, beauty.
So get an extra man in, do something different. Bangladesh will need wickets. Can't allow this partnership to grow further. 51 of 73. It's a partnership at the top of the order. An area where Afghanistan generally have not been good. They come strongly through the likes of Nabi and Rashid and late middle order. So this really is a bonus for them, this partnership.
Yeah, also important to note that when Atal is on strike, he looks a lot more comfortable than Rahmat Shah, the right-hander, who's on the non-strikers end. So when he does get on strike, maybe try to hold him on. Another good over comes to an end. Yep, 3 in that over, 70 for 1.
At the crease from batting perspective for Afghans. Rahmat Shah is batting on 22. Atal is batting beautifully, 39. Straight to the fielder. Magnificent take. They're celebrating. Maybe Hassan Miraj has taken a blinder. Nasoom has struck. And Siddiq Atal, the batter, goes.
What a cracking catch that was. Atal looks crestfallen, and well he might. This came right off the middle of the bat. Bang! Look at that. One of the smallest men in the Bangladesh team, and he's leapt like a salmon. Fantastic catch. A much-needed wicket for Bangladesh. Atal out for 39. Afghanistan 70 for 2. Afghanistan captain Hashmatullah Shahidi in at number 4, so left-hander replaces left-hander. What a start for Nassim, coming on and taking a wicket with his very first ball. There's Shahidi's figures. This is why Hashmatullah is here.
Yeah, well, it came off the sweet part of the bat, but then how about this fielding effort? Siddiqullah Atal cannot believe himself. They're asking for the catch. Nassim Ahmed is asking for the catch. Bleeding. They think there was an edge. And they are consulting. They are confirming that there was a noise.
I think the ball may have been dropped, but was it retained in some part of the wicketkeeper's anatomy? Between his legs, maybe? The umpires have got together. This is going to be reviewed. In fact, was it even a stumping? Was there a ricochet off the keeper's body?
TV umpire's the director. We have an umpire review for fair catch. I've checked the bowler's feet and it's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please, when ready? Yeah, can we just use Ultra Edge, please? Thank you. Yeah, there's no contact with the bat. I've made my decision for the big screen.
Well, Jacquer Ali did grab the ball between his legs, but the check by the umpires there revealed that there was no edge at all. So in effect, that was a free review there for Bangladesh. So, after all that, Hashmatullah is still there, and he's still yet to get off the mark.
Nicely bowled. He's bowling good areas. tossing the ball up, looking to bring the batter on the front foot. This has been superb over already. Wicket and 4 dot deliveries. Can he bowl a wicket maiden? A wicket maiden to begin for Nasoom. 70 for 2 after 17 Afghanistan.
Bangladesh at the moment, they've got the runs on the board, and we've got a double change here because we had Nasim coming on from the pavilion end, and now from the Sharjah club end it's Mahmudullah with his off spinners. Friendly first delivery, which Ramat gets away.
I like the word friendly, because it was not friendly at all when Nazoom Ahmed came to bowl a wicket made, and the bowling coach Mushtaq Ahmed, legendary cricketer for Pakistan, alongside the head coach Phil Simmons. 2 wickets down. That important wicket of Siddiqul Atal has been taken against Bangladesh in the Emerging Asia Cup. In the chase, he scored 95 unbeaten and brought the team home. So that could have played in their mind, and they needed that wicket, and have taken it now. Skipper has been good form. Hashmatullah Shahidi scored 50 in the previous match.
Just wonder if that conversation there between Hashmat and the umpire is about that review in the last over. Talk a bit more about that after this next delivery. Just wonder if Hashmat there was just asking the umpire whether that counted as a review for Bangladesh. My understanding is that it doesn't.
Yeah, Mahmudullah.
Challenging period ahead of them for Afghans. Getting through the spinners on a pitch where ball has started to grip and turn. He's bowling beautiful line and at good pace as well. Attacking the stumps. The delivery that generated the discussion.
The umpires referred that because they weren't sure whether the catch had been taken cleanly. And that's an under edge from Ramat. It's testing times this for Afghanistan's batters. 72 for 2.
Same, Nas. Brilliant.
There's the Afghanistan under-19 team that are watching the action this evening, the men's team. Now, just talk us, gentlemen, through, after this next delivery, what's the situation with domestic cricket in Afghanistan and the development process for young players?
Well, it's been long-term planning in improving the domestic structure that has been paying dividend for Afghanistan, and we saw the result of that in the Emerging Asia Cup. And when you look back inside the domestic structure, now they have reduced the teams to give him more games, at the same time increasing the match fee for the players. almost 3 times since the 2021. And the result you can see, you will tell, is the outcome of domestic reforms, proper planning and the preparations and the exposure. Also, what they have now introduced is the new Kokapura ball has been now used in the first class cricket, which is to bridge the gap with the high quality teams from around the globe and make sure that they can acclimatize with the playing conditions as nicely as they can.
Also the role of high performance center, bringing the expertise in. The fielding coach from, for example, Australia, strength and conditioning coaches, fast bowling coach in Navid Al-Rana from Pakistan, so bringing all the expertise in. And also there has been conscious effort on working on fitness aspect, particularly in last 2 years post-corona. We put the players in quarantine for 20 days to develop the routines, to develop the habits, to detach them with the Afghan food. 19 overs gone, 76 for 2. Afghanistan below the required rate at the moment. And of course the issue that Afghanistan will have is whether they can match that searing acceleration late in the innings as well. We were just talking in that last over about Afghanistan's development programs. Of course, there's no flash in the pan. Remember, they reached the final of the Asian Games last year. Silver medalists there. So there's a decent crop of players that they've got, not only at under-19 level, but also further up the chain as well.
That's true, and then in the domestic circuits, organizing the 2 T20 format leagues, the Koshtepa T20 alongside the prestigious Shpagiza Cricket League, and then 250 overs, Green Cup and List A matches. And then the live streaming of him, where you talked about it, that it actually gives inspiration for the youngsters to watch the players play the game and then learn from him and get inspired, but also for people who are scouting talents. They can pick him for the franchise cricket.
Also, more A tours as well. Afghanistan playing in Sri Lanka, full tour, and playing a tour in Oman with proper focus on the emerging Asia Cup. The exposure to talent coming through. Young players and experienced, getting that opportunity to play together.
And that about young and experienced players in the Shpagiza Cricket League. All the international players of Afghanistan were there. Azmatullah Omar Zai next in line. Bats at number 5 for Afghanistan. He's been a great find. They decided to bring him bat number 5 from the ODI World Cup 2023, and ever since he's been a revolution for Afghanistan. End of the over, number 20, 78 for 2.
Eight overs of spin in the 20 so far. There's an illustration of the difficulty of trying to force the pace there. Hashmatullah, he was looking to hit that one over long on, but the ball simply didn't come on at all. He's ended up heaving it out to deep backward square leg.
It can be attributed to two things. He's bowling slow through the air. He's getting more purchase out of the surface. It's turning, it's gripping, and hence he couldn't get the ball where he wanted. There was a conscious effort to come down the pitch and hit it wide of men at the long on region. Cuts and he finds the gap through the offside. Long chase. Will cut it off.
You know, Rahmat Shah holds the key for Afghanistan because he already been out in the middle.
Great bit of work out there by Sharaful at deep cover. Fantastic, because it was beautifully timed, that shot from Rahmat. Perhaps the best shot he's played in the innings so far. What commitment. That's fantastic.
Great commitment. Putting in that diving effort. Had to cover a lot of distance as well. Great commitment, great concentration. Great awareness about the boundary lines as well. Excellent work from a fast bowler.
Yeah, back your bowlers with such fielding efforts. What else would you want? Yeah, bowling nicely, Nasu Ahmed. He's already got a wicket into his very first over, very first ball, and that too of Siddiqul Atal. Never sends into his third over. He's only given away 8 runs, forcing Rahmat Shah onto the back foot, looking for the pads.
Beauty, Nasum.
Yes, this is his first time in national colours since the Cricket World Cup in Pune against Australia in November of last year.
He bowled in the similar kind of conditions as well in Pune. The wicket is quite similar to what they are experiencing at the moment at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium, at the Gahunji village in Pune.
Sharjah, a very deceptive wicket.
Plays it fine. Will he go for the second? He wants the second, and great concentration, commitment, stumps demolished. Puts in a diving effort, Hashmat.
Yes, he hesitated at the start of that second run there before he made a real commitment and thought, I've got to go. He did. Has he made it? I think he probably has. And indeed, our umpire, Hassan Raza, I don't think he's asked for full-length dive. Jacques Ali demolished the furniture and comfortably home. And in fact, probably wouldn't have been had anyway, because I think Jack had demolished the stumps with his elbow before he had the ball.
You're noticing those things. And the man on debut behind the stumps been a little excited, I guess. What an innings he played with the bat. He was impressive, and he's the only reason why Bangladesh have been able to go past 250, and that 250 plus run chasing it down in Sharjah is not going to be an easy task. Yeah, that was a good commitment shown to put pressure on the fielders and take 2 runs in the previous over.
Got a bit of sympathy for Jacques Ali, you know, behind the stumps. Not an easy surface to come in and keep wicket.
And how about the batters batting out there in the middle when it is so difficult for the wicketkeeper to keep the wickets? How tough would it be for the batters to read it and play it and chase down 250 plus? That would be a chase if Afghanistan could make it. There's firepower for sure. Muhammad Nabi in his form. Hazmatullah Omar Zaid have to score run. Nangyal Kharote. But it will take some taking from these two out in the middle to carry things forward steadily. Keep the scoreboard ticking. Making sure they don't give away their wicket.
It's all about planning here for Afghanistan. Working out where they need to be at specific times in their innings. How much do they want to leave themselves in the last 10 overs? Where do they need to be after 30 overs? How many wickets can they afford to be down going into that final push for victory?
Afghanistan does bat deep all the way down to Nangyal Kharote, even Ala Muhammad Ghazan. But that you would not want to rely much on. But Gulbadeem Naib padded up.
I think Jonathan Trott is preparing the chart where they should be.
That was interesting, Viral. I remember in the World Cup matches, right? He was actually dividing it into the smaller portions. As for chasing down the targets was concerned, won that very famous chase against Pakistan.
And also against Sri Lanka in Pune. Oh, poor Akram Hashmat. Stumps demolished. Has he found the wicket?
Well, Bangladesh are convinced that's out. It's been referred.
TV umpire's a director. We have an umpire review for stumping. I've checked the bowler's feet and it's a fair delivery. Can we go to side on, please, when ready? Thank you. Bat is grounded beyond the popping crease. I've made my decision for the big screen.
What a fantastic effort from Hashmatullah Shahidi. It was an ugly shot, but goodness me, it was a fantastic effort to get back. It's the end of the over as well. Afghanistan 87 for 2.
Well, plenty of tension out there continues to build here. Shanto has just maybe done himself a nuisance. The last thing that Bangladesh fans would like to see. We saw him take a lot of treatment to his arm that preceded the dismissal soon after. Let's just get one more look here. Got both Attar Ali Khan and Ramiz Raja joining me. Hopefully just a bit of cramp Attar, given he was out in the first innings batting for an awfully long time.
Yeah, hopefully. That's the word, and that'll be the hopes of fans back home also, because he's been in good nick as a batter. Scoring runs, leading the team also in a very positive fashion. You know, it's been hot, it's been humid, but Bangladesh have not been able to pick up wickets, not too many, you know, the 87 for 2. But what they've done is that the required run rate have just started to go up. It's nearly touching 6 runs in an over from here on. 166 in 27.5 overs. And Hashmatullah again struggling to rotate strike, 9 of 19. He's getting a bit of a treatment from the physio. Ramachar, 30 of 55. So it's important that they apply the pressure and then force the batter to do a silly mistake.
Ramiz, any idea who's ahead of this game right now? It feels almost kind of in the balance.
Just a moment on that injury. I just wanted to make a quick point. And the point that I want to make is that cricket is now played in all seasons. So you do not have a cricket season. Off season, you see a lot of matches being played in. So even though this is at winters here in UAE, but still there is enough warmth and this conditions are not that friendly, cricket friendly. And Shanto there was struggling in the last part of his innings with his physicality, with his physical conditions, but they need him out there. Now, I think Bangladesh are slightly ahead, 166 in 27.5 overs. I don't know whether it's working for Rahmat or not, but what is happening at the other end is that it's making others play out of their comfort zone.
Would the Afghan support staff you saw there, would they have concerns over the strike rates for the two batters right now, hovering in and around 50?
Yeah, but now they want Rahmat really to carry on and make this happen for Afghanistan. Required weight is almost 6. So this is what Bangladesh exactly wanted to do, to make it tough, chasing a score of 250.
That's how long before a look at the third spinning option, and when would Mahmudullah come into the game here? The two kind of frontline spin options, they're operating in tandem here now.
Yeah, Mahmudullah is in operation. He's bowled 3 overs, none for 7, so he's actually doing a pretty good, decent job as a part-timer. I mean, they have Maidis and Miraj. He's only bowled 4 overs for 12 runs. Nasum among the wickets already. He's bowled well. He's getting a bit of a grip and turn again, just falling short. The ball's just stopping over. He's trying to flick it on the onside, gets the leading edge. He's lucky he's just fallen short of that fielder, the substitute fielder, Rashad Hussain.
The plan is to rotate those 3 through these middle overs, just build that pressure up, and then the seamers to finish the job at the death.
I think it's also important for the batters from Afghanistan to realize the fact that they take some sort of advantage. As we see that replay, that could have easily gone down to his hands. He's just fallen short. So they need to find method to scores off Mahmudullah, especially Mahmudullah. I think he's done a pretty decent job. That's down the leg side. It'll be called a wide. It is a wide.
There's enough movement, isn't there, off this surface to cause real concern. No fluency right now at all for either Rahmat Shah or the skipper.
And we all mentioned that. We'll come back to that. End of the over, 89 for 2.
That's the equation for Afghanistan. Remember, if they win tonight, it's an unassailable 2-0 lead in the series. 3 ODIs here between these two rivals. And real concern here. And it is Najmul Hussain Shanto who is limping off. You would have to expect Attar most likely. Mehdi Hassan now will take the reins. He's actually back into the attack. Will he be leading things out there right now, the vice captain?
Yeah, he is the vice captain, and he's the one who should be taking over. He's not happy. Look at the reaction from Phil Simmons. Just awkwardly falls. Just trips over. I hope he's okay, because he has a day in between the next match.
Yeah, Rashid Hussain is the one who's come on. He's actually in a slip. Few might be surprised he was left out, given how helpful this surface is proving to spin. There's a power sweep. Gets a really good piece of it. Shahidi's been dying to get going, and he finally gets a boundary.
Yeah, boundary after 51 deliveries. That's a terrific sweep. That is a brilliant shot. gets into a good position. You know, just a little bit more towards mid-wicket. Usually the sweep goes towards square leg.
Ramiz, when you're piecing together this chase here, required run rate's almost exactly a run a ball. How do you do it as it gets tougher and tougher in that second innings?
I think it's called that mentality where you assess the situation and you remain engaged. I think there's no point thinking about another 158 runs at this stage. It's about just, as they say, just living in the moment, making sure you don't get out of another partnership, playing spin better. What are the shots to play? What are the shots to avoid? The sweep shot is definitely on. They've got a new leader out there, Bangladesh. How will that impact the run chase? 24 overs done, 96 for 2.
Still behind the required run rate, but very much still in the contest. They're going at 4 runs per over, Afghanistan. They need almost exactly a run a ball. Ramiz, you were just telling me off there, famous semi-final that all Pakistan fans will remember, Auckland 1992 against New Zealand. New Zealand were in control of that game, but then Martin Crowe, their captain, had to go off.
Yeah, I mean, and it did impact the progress, because Martin Crowe was later on declared the best captain of that 92 World Cup, and he was brilliant. Introduced Deepak Patel with the new ball. That was something new. Then introduced a pinch hitter in the left-hander. Can't remember the name. Mark Greatbatch, yes. So, but then he left the field, and so, I mean, it became a lot easier for us to deal with a leader who was probably not as great as Martin Crowe, and it felt a lot easier. And so only time will tell whether Shanto's exit can create a positive impact on Afghanistan or not, because they've lost a leader who's been their regular leader. Yes, you can pick out mistakes in his leadership from the first game, but this is nicely set up for Bangladesh. You know, 98 for 2, they need 155 more runs, and so this is Bangladesh to lose actually at this stage.
You had a pretty good leader in that semi-final yourself, didn't you? A certain Imran Khan, and that was the one where Inzamam ul Haq sort of announced himself. Would you see the feet here? Should be a couple. Get back easily. Inzamam ul Haq, wasn't it, who kind of applied those finishing touches and took advantage of the fact that there was no Martin Crowe to lead New Zealand as the 100 comes up here.
And he wasn't available for selection. He had declared himself unfit, and so Imran had gone out to toss, and then he came back and he said, well, there's no option, you have to play this. And so he played one of the best knocks of all time in a World Cup contest. 60 of 37 balls.
Great memories of World Cups gone by. That was the 1992 one. We're halfway through the chase here. Afghanistan 101 for 2.
Some now.
So many great memories, aren't there, in the ODI game? It's a format that, on a personal level, I absolutely adore. I think there's so much value to it still. There's a great variety to it this day as well. Attar, gone are the days of maybe 6, 7, 8 years ago where it seemed to be 400 played 350 or where 320 wasn't even enough. With the 2 new balls in operation and pitches like this that are helping spinners, 230, 240 can be a really good score.
Yeah, if you get a bit of a purchase for the spinners, then it gets difficult. It's get difficult to batters to pick it out from the hands, the release points, and we've also seen some lovely spinners. What about Gazanfar from Afghanistan, the mystery spinner? He's been sensational.
Well, great memories here, I'd say, particularly for you, Ramiz Raja, but for all Pakistan fans. An amazing semi-final that led to the cornered Tigers lifting the trophy at the MCG.
This Tushar is a new entrant actually in that scoreboard. I think somebody, I think that's not a Tushar. Mixing up our scoreboard with the Sri Lankan scoreboard. That's 4. That's really hammered. Ramad had to wait for a very long time really to get a half tracker, and he put it away.
Goes back to your point again about a new man having to captain. 20 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago even, Mehdi Hassan Miraz was just focusing on his bowling. Now he's having to think, where am I placing the fielders? Najmul Hussain Shanto is off the field. Could be a big impact on this contest. You can almost see it, Attar, can't you?
Well, he's been playing for a long time. Make no mistake, Mehdi Hassan Miraj. He's played a leading role with the ball as an off spinner, leading all, and he's now put his hand up as a genuine all-rounder. He's got hundreds in Test cricket. He's got 100 in one-day international. And he'll be quite handy, no matter if the skipper is there or not. 108 for 2.
Contest that is beautifully poised, it really is. And a change that we didn't necessarily see coming here. We thought the spinners were going to continue in operation through the middle overs in this second power play, but maybe a sign that the stand-in captain Mehdi Hassan Miraz feels like he needs a wicket. He's going to go to one of his trump cards. Here comes Mustafizur Rahman.
This is not a bad change actually, because you get used to spin, and certainly now you've got to adjust to the variations of Mustafizur. He's in to pick up a wicket, to control the flow of runs. Well, they've really not been able to hit Bangladesh hard, Afghanistan. This partnership 38 of 61. But a wicket at this stage, and that of Rahmat, really will help Bangladesh to tighten the screws.
May see all of the varieties here from Mustafizur. Will he be going to the cutters? Will he maybe consider coming around the wicket as well?
Since they're a combination of left hand, right hand in the middle, I wouldn't mind him going round to the left hander. I think he's sticking to around the wicket to the left hander. And also the fact that he has this ability to bowl the slower deliveries and the cutters. Not a bad option at all, especially on this kind of a surface, because you've seen the spinners getting out the ball to grip and turn. Not a bad idea to look to bowl the cutters.
Yeah, certainly pace off. I know that time it was pace on, but pace off from the spinners is making it much harder to score, and Hashmatullah is just finding it difficult to rotate, finding it difficult to pick up the singles.
I don't know whether we have dew out there, but in a night batting effort, at times the pitch freshens up because of dew, and so the ball comes onto the bat quite nicely. I think change of pace is the way to go as far as Mustafiz is concerned. He's so good with that variation. Oh, that's hit him hard. That really was smashed. Would have been a miracle catch. He's down for the count, and I think he got hit on the thigh, on the knee, I'm not too sure. He had no time to react. It was an absolute smash.
Well, this is one of the sub-fielders, isn't it, Attar? This is Zakir Hassan who's come on, body on the line. You talk about putting it all on the line for your country. That's exactly what Zakir Hassan has done. Remember, Bangladesh have 15 in the squad here. Mushfiqur Rahim already has a fractured finger. The captain, Najmul Hussain Shanto, is off. And look at how quick that was hit. Technically, is that a drop? Look at Ramanullah Gurbaz's reaction.
But see the reaction, because the ball bounced off his knee and it went so far away. Incredible, because the sound that it made and the way he played that shot, went down the wicket, he smashed it, really went after it. And look at that bouncing and going such a long way. Oh, that will hurt him, and I hope he's okay.
Should have been taken by the mid-off fielder, actually.
I'm not sure I can remember, Ramiz. Have you seen a ball hit harder than that?
I mean, thank God he's still breathing, because he didn't have time to react. We're told that there's no dew around, so that's good news, actually, in a way. It's a dry outfield and dry surface.
Yeah, I was down there with Rashid Khan for the flash interview at the interval. I stayed down to go and have a look at the field, and just before the players came back out, I felt absolutely no dew. That's why we're seeing the grip on the surface. Well, miraculous recovery. Great credit to Zakir Hassan.
Yeah, Zakir, the Iron Man. Yeah, I mean, he survives a scare because it fell from a distance that he was done. And the ricochet, the ball just ballooned up in the air and almost went to the long-on fence. Brave young kid. You want such lads in your dugout out there on the field.
Yeah, he's tough. He's tough. He's just shown what he's about. Took a really full blow on the knee, and he stands up after getting the magic spray. He's back on his feet. Really good.
Lovely to see the spirit of cricket on show as well, from Hashmatullah Shahidi going over and checking on the man he inflicted the damage upon. Attar, there must be serious concern, though. You talk about Rahim definitely out of the series. We're not sure on Shanto's status off the field right now. Zakir Hassan is on as a sub-fielder. Things kind of play out the way they could. Bangladesh could just have 12 fit players for that third and final ODI on Monday.
Andrew, they need only 11, huh?
Can't tempt you out of retirement, Attar, can I? I believe you played here internationally, didn't you?
Told you Mushi was a good choice as a sub. 1-1 for 2.
No, perfect, perfect.
$111 for 2. Afghanistan in the chase. A partnership developing 44 of 66 between Rehman Shah and Hashmatullah Shahidi. 142 to win from 138. Two experienced campaigners together. Just a single. How do you see the game developing from here onwards?
Well, it's very interesting. One news we earlier heard was that there is no dew, so that is an advantage to Bangladesh. But I believe it's also very important to keep wicket. 42 runs partnership ticking along nicely. Yes, they have taken 67 delivery in the process. But I believe from the Afghanistan viewpoint, do not give away any wicket, particularly until the over 35. And then with the kind of cricket Muhammad Nabi, Azmatullah Omarzai, Gulbadin Naib can play alongside Rashid Khan and even Nangyal Kharote, you will fancy chasing anything around 7 runs and over.
Looking at how the two batters batting at the moment, the focus should be on Ramasha to take singles and PD strike to rather for Hashmat to take singles and PD strike to Ramasha, because he's stroking the ball fluently than Hashmat.
Well, Ramacha indeed holds the key I earlier mentioned, but it's also Ashmatullah Shahidi, who now has been there for a pretty much longer period of time. He's faced 35 deliveries. He hasn't been able to rotate the strike, have to say. The fielders inside the circle closing in on him, not allowing him the freedom to be able to open his arm. You'll think that maybe if this pressure will play into his mind and he may just give away his wicket. We already saw he survived a chance when he was on 9 and then another one when he's on about 17 or 15.
It's a difficult surface. It's certainly a challenge for a batter to find that fluidity in their stroke making. That's why it's important to find areas from where they collect single and twos. It's coming down the pitch, trying to work the ball away on the onside. Dot to finish the 28th over. It's 112 for 2. Afghanistan need another 141 to win from 132 deliveries. Ramasha will hold the key, also the quality of batters to follow. Afghanistan would feel that if they can go about the gradual acceleration, if not boundaries, singles and twos are converting 1 into 2, things can change. It's about developing the momentum.
That's a very important point, that you stay out there in the middle. It's famously say, take the game deep, trust in your skills and believe in your teammates. Give them a solid platform. But this has been one particular area that Ramacha has had issues with when it comes to batting against Bangladesh, in particular with the left arm Shariful Mustafiz bowling from the angle that they create and bowling on the 4th stump. Zia and Minhaj out there enjoying themselves. Well, they believe this can be chased because you don't see any tension on their faces, do you?
Well, they know the conditions really well. Coming down the pitch and plays a lotted stroke. He's found the gap. Ball is travelling away to the boundary for 4. 50 up for Ramasha. An astonishing half century from Ramasha, 50 of 74, as he receives the standing ovation here. Well played, Ramasha. Tremendous application.
Well, 30th 50 for Rahmat Shah to go with his 500s, third against Bangladesh. What an innings of substance this has been. Of 74 deliveries, bringing up his 50 with a beautifully looking 4. Not a good sign for Bangladesh. They wouldn't like it, the fact that a player of the caliber of Rahmat Shah finding his feet. He hasn't hit 100 in some time. If this is the day, it will take the game away from Bangladesh.
Amazing adjustment. Coming down the pitch, shot outside the off stump. He deserves the standing ovation from his teammates. Good, determined half century from Ramasha. 5 fours in this innings, a strike rate 68, but these have been difficult conditions to negotiate. First, dealing with the threat of swing bowling, then quality spinners along the way. Good bouncer.
That's been given as a wide. Now, Bangladesh are sticking to their plan. They know what the weak areas of these particular batters are to try and target. We know that they have got Ashmatullah Shahidi out a few times to the short pitch delivery, and Rahmat Shah for the one going outside the off stump. It's good to see that game awareness, understanding 6 runs have come off the over. What has happened in the past is the past already, playing according to the condition.
Straight to the fielder. One more thing, all the fast bowlers going for runs today. The spinners have been mighty effective, and looking at the options available in the bowling department for Bangladesh, a lot of bowling to be done by the fast bowlers, and that's where Afghanistan will fancy their chances of chasing this target down. So absorbing the pressure well. And still plenty of batters to come. Smartness. Takes the top edge, fine leg on the boundary, takes the catch. Just inside the boundary. Fine catch taken on the boundary. Mustafizur getting the wicket. And they are delirious, the Bangladeshi fans on the boundary celebrating.
I think Ashmatullah Shahidi has wasted it, and he understands that. That is one area that he has had issues with. He goes for the pull, gets the top edge, and a wonderful catch. It's not easy to take a catch under lights in Sharjah. Mustafiz provides the breakthrough, sends back the skipper of Afghanistan. After making struggling 17, Afghanistan are 118 for 3.
Eventful over already this from Mustafizur. Azmatullah Omarzai comes to the crease. A talented all-rounder who has made telling contribution to Afghanistan cricket of late. Who can forget that century against Sri Lanka in the chase, his innings against South Africa at Ahmedabad in the ICC ODI World Cup. An all-rounder who can shape the fortunes of Afghanistan cricket for better. Singles won't be a problem for Ahmed Shah. He just spent a lot of time on this pitch, getting another classy half-century. Everything was going well for Afghanistan. Then Hashmat receives a short ball. Was never in control of the stroke, taking his eyes off. A fine catch taken by Shariful on the boundary.
That is a very well-directed short ball onto his body. Didn't give him the chance to open his arms. Brilliant ball that is. Young kid watching. A lot for them to learn out of. This is how you go. He's bowled it straight away. A second duck in this tournament to Azmatullah Omarzai. Once one bring the second, and all of a sudden Afghanistan in a place of bother.
Unbelievable. Stunning delivery from Masoom. Afghanistan have rocked back. That's a magic delivery. He's skidding off the surface, hitting the top of the off stump. Bangladesh are back in the game big time. Afghanistan falling apart. Omarzai goes for not. It's 119 for 4. Two slips in position. Nice, the ball is turning, the ball is gripping the ball from the surface. It's gripping, it's turning. He's taken 2 wickets as well. Gulbuddin Naib comes to the crease. Loads of experience. 85 one-day internationals for him. Hits it on the pad. Was that off the bat or not? They're pleading with the umpire. He is totally unmoved. Will they go for the review? Was there an inside edge?
Yeah, I think Mahmudullah was already indicating that there was an edge. Have they asked for the review? Oh, Mehdi Hasan Miraj, who's standing in as a captain, has asked for the review.
TV umpire's a director. We have a player review for LBW. The original decision is not out. I've checked the bowler's feet and it's a fair delivery. And we go to front on, please, when ready. Ball's close to the bat. Can we go to ultras, please, when ready? Yeah, clear gap between bat and ball. Go to ball tracking when ready, please. Pitching in line, impact in line, and wickets missing. Hassan, you can stay with your original decision of not out. Your on-screen signal now.
Missing the leg stump. Good decision by the on-field umpire.
Well, the umpiring's been spot on. They've been really, really good out there. Mehdi Hasan Miraj taking the review. Mahmudullah was saying that it is not, probably indicating that it's going down the leg side. I earlier thought that maybe he was talking about an edge, but he saw the ball going with the angle. Oh, there's a mix-up! There's a mix-up! Rahmat Shah has to go back. What have you done? The set batter, the last thing that Afghanistan will have wanted, to see the back of the well-set, good-looking Rahmat Shah.
Disastrous. That's heartbreaking for Afghanistan and Rahmat Shah. He was batting so well. Look at this once again. Just punching the ball through the offside. Hesitation. Both batters towards the striker end. Celebration, jubilations in Bangladeshi camp. Rahmat Shah cannot believe it. Afghanistan losing wickets in a heap. He's out for 52. It's 119 for 5. Sharjah Cricket Stadium is hosting Afghanistan versus Bangladesh Series 3 one-day international matches here into the second game. In the chase, Afghanistan tottering along at 119 for 5. Wickets in clusters.
Yeah, it's been the story. Afghanistan batting line-up falling apart. 118 for 3, 119 for 4, 119 for 5. Something has to do with this number 119 and 20. Yesterday we saw Bangladesh falling apart, and today, look at this. Both of them are running in one end. It was Gulbadin's call. He should have responded. And Rahmat Shah cannot believe it. Both of them running towards one end. Gulbadin reaching first, running the marathon. And Jack Girelli on debut, good presence of mind, throwing it safely into the hands of Nasum Ahmed. And the set batter, Rahmat Shah, has been sent back. That is a big blow for Afghanistan. In comes Mohammad Nabi Isakhil at number 7. What a wonderful first game he had. Scored a brilliant 84, striking above 100. Can he repeat the same into the second ODI? 166 match to him. Haven't scored more than 3,500 runs. The second lead scorer for Afghanistan.
2 slips in position. Men on the boundary on the offside. Let's sweep the cover. Deep square. Vidon up in the circle. Two for 18 already. Brilliant over this, exercising control and making sure that they keep the lid on the opponent. 30 overs gone, 119 for 5 Afghanistan. .39 from the blade of Atal, setting the tone early on with bat in hand. Brilliant half century from Rahmat Shah, 52 of 76. He's out, unfortunately. Run out. 134 to win from 120. Nabi comes to the crease and works the ball away on the onside to take a single. He's in good form with bat in hand, knows the conditions really well. Scoring half century in the previous game, 84.
Yeah, absolute disaster out there. Calling the single, Gulbadin Naib, then running back and winning the marathon. I have to make it first, says Gulbadin Naib. Well, Rahmat Shah actually also just continuing with the run, not turning back. But a disappointment for him. He's got his form. He promised to stay at the crease when I met him the other night and said why he has been getting out, and he said no, this time around he would stay there, and he did until there was a run out. There's one way of getting out, a run out.
Widest slip in position. Trying to bring the ball back into the right-hander around the leg stump. Gulbadin yet to open his account. Nabi 1.
You see, in the context of the game now, the required run rate is under 7, and it is creeping. It is going high. The run rate is under 4, which is not very promising. Afghanistan are needing another 133 runs in less than 20 overs. You will ask, they've already lost wickets, how long they can take and how slow can they bat, not to lose wicket, but also keep the scoreboard ticking and keep the run rate at check. Bangladesh have really made a strong comeback. Well, courtesy to some brilliant bowling according to the field. That wicket of Hashmatullah Shahidi, I believe, opened the floodgate. Unnecessary, maybe, that shot. One shot too many, losing the wicket, and then after that, 2 quick wickets.
Next 5 overs going to be crucial. How they negotiate the next 5 years, or 5 overs rather, about taking singles and twos and generating momentum again.
Are you sarcastic? 5 years. What do you want to imply? Meaning so slow the batting is that each over is like a year? I'm just joking. Yeah, they need to accelerate at the same time, but the problem is there's a lot of pressure. Wickets. Hold the key. Bangladesh did the right thing. When Nasoom was batting alongside Zakir Ali, the first 5 overs in the last power play, they didn't really score a lot of runs, and that was against Rashid Khan and Nangyal Kharote, overs going for 2 and 5 and 2. And all of a sudden, the last 5 overs yielding 52 runs. That was because they kept the wicket and then they cashed it out.
And that's going to be key from Afghan perspective, keeping wickets in hand for the last 10 overs. Let's focus on strike rotation. And there is a poor delivery, punish it. Gets a bouncer. Somehow managed to get some connection.
Yeah, interesting to see where it hit Mohammad Nabi. It's good to see Shomer Sarkar walking onto him and checking on him. Spirit of cricket. Let's have a look. This was a quicker one. Mohammad Nabi been hit on the shoulder. He's a strong man, but it will hurt.
Well, it took his eyes off. It's a tough game.
And we've already seen a couple of strikes earlier. Zakir being hit very hard on the knee roll. That must have hurt this time around. Mohammad Nabi.
What's going to be response from Nabi? He receives a slower delivery, takes a single. Is he going to go back for the second? Just a single. 122 for 5, Afghanistan in the chase. Bangladesh winning the toss and batting first. In response, Afghanistan 122 for 5.
Given that it's not going to be an easy chase, I tell you, Taskin has got 6 overs. Nazum has got 3 overs after this, and he's been bowling brilliantly. He's been the game changer. First, he made an impact with the bat, smashed a couple of biggies, scored 25 runs, and then came to bowl the very first ball he bowled, took the wicket off Siddiqullah Atal, courtesy to some wonderful catching. It was a blinder that Mehdi Hasan Miraj took, and all of a sudden Afghanistan now finding themselves in the spot of bother. But talk about the shots. Wow, what a beautiful looking shot. That is straight bat, full face of the bat. A welcome boundary for Afghanistan. That should ease some nerves.
A glorious stroke down the ground from Gulbuddin Naib. Lovely thrust of delivery in the channel, just skipping away and driving it straight down the ground. Firm strike all along the carpets, straight as an arrow. As ball rolls into the boundary, smiles unfurling. He's wearing his pace. He's tossing the ball up, he's creating opportunities.
And that's a better length, I believe. Just pulling it a little bit. So, I mean. Yeah, and we said it's not going to be an easy chase. I mean, Miraj has got another 3 overs. Shariful and the stingy Mustafizur.
knocks it down the ground. Afghanistan got a lot of experience in the batting department. Nabi and Gulbuddin, they've been active for years, for ages. Nasoom into his 7th over. Mahmudullah bowling just 3 overs, so a lot of spin to come. 4 overs for Mustafizur. Tashkeen has got 6 overs up his sleeves. Nicely tucked away on the onside for a single. 129 for 5, Afghanistan. Sorry, full 5 overs, none for 22, 1 for 17 in 4 overs for Tashkeen. Miraj, none for 27 in 7. Mustafizur, 6 overs, 1 for 31, 2 for 25 in 7 overs for Nasoom. He has been absolutely fantastic today. 1 for 7 in 3 overs for Mahmudullah. Plenty of options up the sleeves for the captain to manage the remaining 18 overs.
This is a good change. Tashkeen Ahmed, who got Mohammad Nabi out in the first ODI, has been brought into the attack. Now he's got a very good deceptive slow ball. He can bowl quick, wicket to wicket.
I just get a feeling, I think the batters will enjoy a bit more pace on the ball rather than the spinners in operation from both ends. BG captain. He has been an instrumental character, Miraj.
Well, off the field, he's a wonderful person as well. It's always nice talking to him. He's a very humble guy. Loves talking about cricket, share the experience, and a wonderful person, really. He's got a cricketing mind. Great person, really. All right, so the responsibility is on his shoulders. See if he can square the series. Remember, this is a 3-match ODI series between Afghanistan and Bangladesh. Last time these two teams met in Bangladesh in 2023, Afghanistan won the series 2-1.
Another dot delivery. Good start to this spell from Tashkeen. He's hitting in the right areas around the off stump. He knows the areas where he should be bowling regularly to Nabi around the off stump. A typical traditional test match line and length works for the bowler against Nabi.
Yeah, and a change in the field. A short mid wicket has been now brought in. Probably you will think that he will want to target his pads or bowl a little shorter one to Mohammad Nabi. So what is on the cards in this series? Can Bangladesh square the series? They've really been on the driving seat. It's not easy to chase in Sharjah.
Excellent delivery, just pulling the length back, getting the ball to bounce and keeping it well outside the off stump. He's bowling beautiful channel outside the off stump. Good accuracy and good pace from Tashkeen.
You know, from Afghanistan perspective, one good over can actually bring them back into this match. There's no momentum whatsoever. If you see after the wicket of Siddiqullah Atal has fallen, yes, a partnership was built between skipper and Rahmat Shah, but that was not really so fluid. Just when it was trying to get into colours, Bangladesh broke that partnership.
This combination hold the key for Afghanistan, plus Nangal Kharoche to come. Played a significant innings in the first game. He's got the ability to absorb the pressure as well. This partnership will hold the key, and Nabi in particular, how he goes about the business for the next 5 overs to gradually get into the game. 123 to win from 103. It is going to be a mountainous challenge for Afghanistan to win from this situation, but it can be done. Excellent delivery, excellent over from Tashkeen. 33 gone. Afghanistan 130 for 5 in the chase.
The Manhattan for Afghanistan. Not too many tall buildings in the recent past. Those 3 wickets in 2 overs have been a big blow. Ramiz Raja alongside me. Good evening, Ramiz. Goodness me, batting looks a difficult proposition here.
Good evening, Murgus. Yes, and I think very good tactics from Bangladesh. They've introduced pace now from both ends. We know that Nabi can absolutely be merciless against spinners. He's got this great ability to hit sixes. Has not really been able to expose to spin a lot in this short stint. 11 balls for his 5. And Gulbuddin 6 from 12. They bowl a nice length also, targeting the stumps. You don't need to bowl magical balls second time around in a run chase situation on a pitch like this. All you have to do is to just do the basics well. 7.38 is the required rate, so I think now is the time to sit back and let the opposition do all the risk-taking.
Yes, that required rate is just skyrocketing at the moment. So if you're Afghanistan here, Ramiz, somehow you've got to balance the need to press on with the awareness that you're 5 wickets down and you haven't got too much left in the tank to maybe have that final assault.
And they will need a final assault. The crescendo is building up, but I don't know whether they achieve it or fail in the process, because 5 wickets down has hit them quite badly. They can't slog, because if they get out now, if Bangladesh are able to pick up a couple of wickets, that'll be almost as good as an end. That's more like it. That's really good shot, because he picked up the length early, probably looking for some variation. Sharaful. Such a good shot. So in between, Gulbuddin and Nabi will have to take calculated risks, just like this one. It's safe. It worked perfectly. And the other best bit is to rotate the strike, not play a lot of dots.
Yes, the field for me is an indication of how difficult it is to score in front of the wicket because of that lack of pace. Mid-off and mid-on, both up in the circle. And that in itself is testing these 2 batters, because it makes it really difficult to rotate the strike.
I'd be camping more on the back foot, because expect a lot of variations, the slower balls, the cutters. So if driving is becoming difficult, and look for that back foot punch like that 4 that he hit.
It's going to be a wide. Interesting. Sharaful going back over the wicket for that last delivery. He's mixing things up a little bit as well. He's going round the wicket, over the wicket.
I mean, bouncer still remains a very potent delivery, because you're not expecting the seam up bouncer. A lot of variations from Bangladeshi speedsters.
It's a good effort actually to get the ball up this high.
Perfect bouncer for the keeper, actually.
Yes, Jack O'Reilly has my sympathy this evening, keeping on this surface. 34 overs gone, 136 for 5. Six, I think. Yes, it is. Well, Mohamed Nabi on the pull, just as Gulbadin was in the last over. And once again, coming back to what Ramiz Raja was saying there, batters sitting on the back foot, camping on that back foot, and taking advantage of a shortness in length.
This must have stung Bangladesh quite badly, because Nabi is not such a natural playing that pull shot, but he absolutely nailed it.
And Nabi maintaining his record of 6 hitting, the only Afghanistan batter to hit over 100 sixes in this form of the game. Hit 3 sixes in the previous match on Wednesday, and that was crunched. Not a long boundary there, square of the wicket.
Hit it in front of mid-wicket. What a shot that was. Will he go again? Do they have the feel for another bouncer? There's a square leg in position.
Well, I think Nabi was expecting the short ball there, and it was slightly fuller in length. He miscued badly, but he's got away with it.
Yeah, have a look at where he was. Deep in the crease, yeah, expecting the ball to be a bit shorter. Got cramped and got away with it in the end.
Shout for LBW. That looks to me as though that's going down leg side. And I think that's the reflection from all the Bangladeshis as well, after that initial excitement.
Gulbadin a bit late on the ball. That ball came back. It's not such an easy ball to play. They hit him high on the thigh, so Taskeen doing the right thing by pulling out of this appeal immediately.
Goodness me, that was hit hard. It was angled down the leg side, and Gulbadin just helped it on its way with real power. And all of a sudden now, in the last couple of overs, Afghanistan are finding some momentum.
Yes, it wasn't such a good ball there. Neither a bouncer nor a length ball, and so it was expected for him really to play that shot, because he was really ready for that length. On the pads, easy boundary. So this over turning out to be a good one. Required rate after a very long time has come down from 7 to 6.99.
Interesting to see Mehedi at mid-on. He's taking a very animated part in talking to all the bowlers. He's vice-captain. there he is, fielding the ball to end that over. 15 overs to go then. Afghanistan need 100. Searing acceleration at the back end of the Bangladesh innings when they made 52 from the last 5 overs. It really was terrific stuff from Jakar Ali and Nasim Ahmed. And that contribution by that pair really has put Bangladesh ahead in this match. Nasim now to continue from the Sharjah club end.
Yes, yes, Nasim. Very good, very good.
Well, Nassim's contribution this evening has been quite exceptional, given this is his first one-day international since the World Cup last year.
He bowls a bit like Karote. Doesn't take a long run-up, and he's wicket to wicket also. It's pretty tall.
Nasim. Very good, Nasim.
Yes, Karote, 8 overs, 3 for 28. He was actually the 7th bowler used by Afghanistan.
Pressure building on Gulbadin. Will he take a risk? He's played few dots. Goes for the sweep shot. There's an appeal. Umpire says not out.
Hassan Raza in the firing line at that far end. Bangladesh still have 1 review left. Two is the call. They'll come back for 2 as well. That's good running. It's not a long boundary square of the wicket. It's the end of the over. 36 overs gone. Afghanistan's 150 is up. 151 for 5. Well, Afghanistan need 102 off 84 balls. I'm just wondering what they'd like to leave themselves in the last 10 overs. I would have thought not much more than 70, really. It's going to be very, very difficult to score big, to go big in the last few overs of this innings.
Right now, I'd be asking this pair to continue for another 30-40 runs, maybe another 40 runs to seal the deal, because I think then they will leave themselves a very, very bright chance of going over the line. It's not going to be simple, but 102 of 84 balls with 5 wickets in hand. Just imagine 60 to get with 5 wickets in hand in the last 10.
6. Gulbadin, he used to be a bodybuilder and he's muscled that over deep mid-wicket.
That's a clean lift up. Once again, the ball on the shorter side, trying the angle, scramble seam, and it was seen off brilliantly by the right-hander. Really was hit very hard.
In looking at that first replay, Ramiz, I'm not entirely sure he got it off the middle of the bat. But it was just brute strength, really, that got it over that deep mid-wicket boundary. You can see the frustration there on Jacka Ali's face.
Got to begin your brand new spell better than this. First ball, it can't be a soft ball. Every ball will determine the fate of this contest. You've got to take upon the charge like that. Make sure that it's a Yorker. Change of angle now for Shariful. That's gone fine. Will it be stopped? That's gone for 4. So Afghanistan finding boundaries, finding rhythm, and this partnership certainly looking threatening now. 42 off just 40.
At the back end of an innings, invariably, third man will always go finer. When batters are looking to play shots, the edge can be found. This has raced down to third man, and even though Taskin was finer than the orthodox third man, full-length dive still wasn't enough to prevent that going over the rope. And that's Shariful's reaction. He's under pressure now, a 6 and a 4 off the first 2 balls of this over. Nothing pretty in that shot, but it still brings another 2.
His opening spell was very impressive. Can he handle himself in this spell? The ball is not hooping around, it's not really moving a great deal, so it's about variations and control and making sure that you're not hit for 4s and 6s. Required rate has come down to 6.67. Still be better off really looking for a Yorker. He's got a square leg in position. Fine fielders coming up in the ring. Mid on, mid off, up in the circle. So it's got to be a length ball, I think. Slow ball, that's hit straight down the throat of the man at cover. They've picked up a wicket. Bangladesh, against the run of play, have got rid of Gulbadin.
Tawhid Hridoy, it was straight to him. Look at Jacka there, trying to calm everyone down. Shariful, he'd been punished. It was hit hard. But Hridoy, the right man, in the right place at the right time. A metre or so either side, and it was 4. That's ifs, buts and maybes. Shariful takes the wicket. Gulbadin goes for 26 with a shake of the head. It's 163 for 6. So a 6th wicket goes down for Afghanistan, and that brings Rashid Khan in at number 8. One of 14 Afghanistan batters to top 1,000 one-day international runs. And his strike rate is the best among all of them. Over a run a ball.
Shariful bowling a better length this time, drawing him into that extensive cover drive, taking the ball away from his reach, and a very good sharp catch at cover by Tawhid. Just when he was looking good, he was removed from the scene by Shariful.
An eventful over, 12 runs and the wicket. Afghanistan 163 for 6. Well, that last wicket has left Afghanistan in a very difficult situation. Karote is one of the 3 players still to come. Played a useful hand in match 1, 27 not out from 28 balls. A lot now resting on this pair. Mehedi into the attack from the Sharjah club end.
This angle should be just a little bit easier for the right-handers. Off-spinner's angle. But can they take a risk? A wicket has gone down. Partnership of only 1 run. We know that Rashid wants to get on with it. He's got a great strike rate. But does he need to strike right now? Or is it about partnership? Making sure that Nabi and Rashid get engaged in a good, meaningful effort out there. They still can win this. That's more like it. I think that's a good approach. Leave the strike back to Nabi now. Nabi, we know that he's a 6-hitting machine for Afghanistan. Tremendous strike force. Really take on the long on fielder. Oh, beautifully bowled. I think it's done him in. Wonderful piece of off-spin bowling. Nabi can't believe it. It spun back and went through his defense, shattered his stumps, shattered the hope of the Afghanistan team as well. He was leading them into action, but what a great delivery to get rid of the right-hander.
Through the gate. Nabi looks back, looks at the pitch. And Mehedi into the attack. And straight away justifying that change. Nabi goes for 17. 2 set batters gone in successive overs. Afghanistan 165 for 7.
It's a wonderful piece of bowling. He slowed up the pace. That ball that got rid of Nabi was bowled at 82 kph compared to the 88s and the 92s. Any off-spinner's dream, this delivery. Cutting him in half. That's an attacking line from off stump to middle stump. Terrific blow, that.
Well, that's good work at backward point, Mahmudullah. And that's the end of the over. Afghanistan 165 for 7.
Well, big period in the game, wasn't it, the last 6? Now it's maybe yet another Rashid Khan masterclass or bust for Afghanistan. This was the most perfect piece of off-spin bowling, wasn't it, at Ali Khan? And ironically, something that Nabi has done to so many.
Drift and turn, a big turn, beaten by the turn. Excellent. I thought that was an excellent decision from Madison Mirage to bring himself on, knowing that Nabi was looking to hit a few big shots. That's one he's put that away. It's short and sits up nicely. Rashid Khan says, thank you very much. Sets a boundary.
Yeah, he is the lone warrior left. Karote can play his hand, but it's all about how Rashid Khan goes. He only really plays in one way, and that's dynamically, aggressively taking the game to the opposition. He is so good to watch, with ball in hand, with bat in hand, in the field. The way he speaks, the way he represents our game, one of the true global superstars of it. And he is going to go after everything here. If he's still here in 7, 8, 9 overs time, this game will still hang in the balance. If not, Bangladesh should close it out, and we might just be set for a series decider on Monday, Atar.
Well, if you can pick up a boundary early in the over, then they need to play some sensible cricket. As a batter, they require rate is now 7.22. So they already have picked up 5 runs in the first 3 deliveries. Don't look to hit boundaries. If it's there, fine. If not, then pick up 3 singles. It'll get you the required run rate.
Khan averages in and around 20, but it's the strike rates in ODI cricket over 100, nearly 105. He's got 5 career 50s and 83 knocks. You probably need a 6th here. If Afghanistan are going to get these 83 runs, Rashid Khan will need at least 40 plus. Very capable of doing it, though. But everything Bangladesh have done thus far in the defence of this total has impressed me. Really like the way in which Miraz has led them since Shanto's gone off the field. Rotated the 6 bowlers really nicely. And just every time it looks as though Afghanistan getting a foothold, the wicket seems to fall. Good knack to have as a stand-in captain.
Yeah, he skippered under 19s in the 2016 World Cup hosted in Bangladesh. He was a player of the series. Remember the historic tour to Pakistan, the 2 test matches. Again, player of the series, Madison Mirage. He's put his hand up as a genuine all-rounder and also showing very good leadership qualities. So Bangladesh definitely would not look further ahead. If someone like Shanto not available, he would be their man to lead the side.
Good bouncer to close the over out. 39 bowled, 170 for 7. Down the track, inside out, over extra, very nearly all the way. There's a determination in Rashid Khan's eyes that says this game is not over yet.
Well, as they say, it ain't over until it's over. Lovely shot. That is a terrific hit. Down the wicket, inside out, holds his post. He knows there was no fielder in the deep. All he do is hit it over the top of the infield, and the boundary was written all over it.
Very hard to bowl to as well, isn't he? Because he hits 360 degrees. It's all around the ground. This will be the last over before the 3rd and final power play kicks in, and then Miraz will get the extra protection of a man out. Look at how still the head is, though, Attar, and then opens the face of the bat and extends it to the vacant part of the ground. Great batting.
Yeah, what Afghanistan need is Karudi to come good with the bat here. Now he's faced 7 deliveries and yet to get off the mark. He has to somehow get Rashid Khan on strike.
Yeah, just like that. That's our right on cue. Gets the single. Probably doesn't need to think about his strike rate too much, though, does he? Because the way Rashid Khan plays, he'll almost get these 77 himself. Get the occasional 1 or 2. Don't even need to think about boundaries. Just preserve those wickets. Only 3 in hand. Scores incredibly similar at this stage between the 2 innings, aren't they? Just 6 runs separates them. But the problem is, Bangladesh were 4 down, Afghanistan 7.
Yeah, but Afghanistan wouldn't mind that at all to see what Rashid Khan is doing. But the point that I'm trying to make is that if Karudi gets into a good frame of mind and picks up boundaries, it just takes a bit of pressure from Rashid Khan. It'll be easier. They're looking for the second. Don't think it's going to be there. Tanzid Hassan throws it back to the keeper's end. Very good over. 8 in that over. 178 for 7.
Big smile from Bismillah Janshinwar. He knows he's on screen when he's signalling that third and final power play coming in. Going to be Mustafizer with the ball in hand. Into the third and final power play. Rashid Khan's going to come on to strike. Well, they're neck and neck, aren't they? Have a look at this. That's our... Almost can't separate them now. The only difference, plenty more green dots which indicate those 7 wickets that Afghanistan have fallen.
And that makes a huge difference, I can tell you that. If Afghanistan lose 1 more wicket here at this stage, it'll be very, very difficult. As long as Rashid Khan is there, there's hope for Afghanistan.
A change of pace. It's that wrist, isn't it? So flexible of Mustafizer to take all the pace off. And he's completely deceived Rashid Khan. He's got a big smile on his face from what, 135 kilometers an hour, dropping down to 114.
Yeah, the skills, the ability. You know, I just heard him saying it was a full toss. Well, to us, it looked like a Yorker. 114 clicks. Change of pace, working in favor of Fizz.
Good, Fizz.
If you think about the kind of final 10 overs, how important they are in an ODI to chase down a total. The highest that Afghanistan have ever chased down here at Sharjah in a successful chase, not their highest score in a second innings. That's the same total twice against Zimbabwe in consecutive years in 15 and 16. So very similar equation today. But back in 2016 when they did that chase, good piece of fielding on the rope will, well, maybe save 3 rather than just save 1. Just 1 run to the total. They made 93 in the last 10. That game against Zimbabwe, don't need quite as many today, but the issue is, again, you say it over and over, your assets are your wickets in hand. They've only got 3 in hand here. And look at all those chases there, usually completed with much more assets to their name.
Yeah, right at the top, 286 for 2 against Pakistan in Chennai. In the ICC Men's Cricket World Cup. Again, straight to the fielder. I was just looking at that particular shot from the left-hander. Really good piece of timing. It was just for a single. When you're looking and timing it well, or more importantly, it's about the gaps. If you find the gaps, you can find the boundaries. It's turning out to be a good over for Mustafizur Rahman. Just the 3 runs. Needs to finish off nicely here.
Yet another cutter. Incredible skills from Mustafizur Rahman. It's a marvellous over, 181 for 7. There's the equation for Afghanistan to continue this incredible 12 months that they've had, to take another series win and get it done with a game to spare. They'll need 72 more. Gone! Miraz, too cunning, too canny, too clever. Kurote tempted down the crease. Jakar Ali does the rest. Bangladesh, they're 2 good balls away from squaring the series.
Yeah, again, a really lovely delivery from stand-in captain Mehdi Miraj. There's grip and turn. It's the pressure was building up, and Jakar Ali, who becomes number 3,000 player to play a one-day international, whips the bails off in a flash. Barodi goes for 4. More trouble for Afghanistan. 181 for 8.
The young mystery spinner to the crease. Mohammad Ghazanfar, he can bat. We've seen him perform, particularly against Nepal in that Under-19 World Cup, with some really big hitting. That was in January. What a year it's been for him. But a little bit like the job of Kurote, it was surely not to play the big shots. Rashid Khan will be frustrated watching this.
Yeah, you can talk about being a little bit more defensive in the mindset, but when you see those that target in front of you, you just cannot force yourself to hold yourself back and not try to attempt to play a big shot. Yeah, credit to Mehdi Miraj in his last over, forcing that false stroke.
Well, there was a dramatic reaction, wasn't there, from Rashid Khan at the non-striker's end. He was devastated. He just needs someone to stay there with him. You can understand his frustration. Rashid Khan has not even moved at the non-striker's end. It's a wicket maiden to round out. A great day with the ball from Mehdi Miraz, the stand-in captain. He gets 2 for 37, 181 for 8. Amazing the mental adjustment, isn't it, as we come into power play 3. Attar, you'll remember in that first innings, in the 41st over, Bangladesh losing 2 wickets for just 1 run. In the first 2 overs here, into the 3rd and final power play, Afghanistan have scored just 3 runs now in 13 balls and lost that key wicket. The mindset changes. Let's get one more look at this wicket. Brilliant piece of bowling. Wait for this reaction you're about to see. That is not a happy head coach right there. And Ramanullah Gurbaz says it all in the background. Do not anger Jonathan Trott.
It's all in their eyes, not a single word spoken, and you can see the stare from Jonathan Trott. You can look back at the innings from Bangladesh, the scoring 252 for 7. You've got to hand it to the skipper, who held the innings together from one end. Nazmul and Shanto with that very well made 76 to hold one end together. And there were a nice little cameo down the order from Jackarelli on debut, who smashed a quick fire. 37. This is the stare. Have a look at that. What have you done?
Well, if looks could kill. And then he just says, oh no. Gurbaz in the background going, come on, young Kurote, you're only 20. You should know better than that. Don't upset the head coach. Oh, quite brilliant. Love that shot. Outstanding work from the crew finding that one. Sort of floating slip in place now. Good captaincy from Mehdi Hassan Miraz. He's very much thriving in this stand-in role.
And remember, Bangladesh were the one who were under tremendous amount of pressure, losing that first one. The international they knew that they had to do something special today to ensure that stay alive in the series. It's still Afghanistan requires 70 or 45. The run rate is now touching nearly 10. It's 9.33, but the batting, especially the batting, which has been a concern for Bangladesh for a long time, it came good at the right time. This should uplift the morale of the whole team. Fans back home will feel a little bit more easier. The coaching staff, they look a lot more relaxed, knowing that they are still alive in the series. The need is still 2 more wickets to ensure that they come back for the final one, which will be a decider.
David Hemp there, the batting coach. See Phil Simmons, this would be his first win, wouldn't it? In his new role as the head coach. The test matches did not go the way that he would have wanted. He'd only just come in a couple of days prior to that test series on home soil against South Africa. Now, I think he's hit his pad here. Was a noise, but well wide of the bats. You see here on second view, big gap between bat and pad, just flicked his back pad.
Yeah, the previous over was a wicket maiden, and now Mustafizur Rahman has bowled another really tight over here. Just a couple of runs in this over. He bowled a wide and gave a single, but he's bowled 3 dots in this over already. And the field that he's in with a chance to get an outside part of the bat, nearly did that in the previous delivery. That's the reason why there is a slip in place.
Round the wicket now, slip still in place. That will get Gazanfar off the mark. You make a good point about the importance of today's match in terms of not just this series, but also what's to come for Bangladesh. Coming off some heavy defeats in those test matches to South Africa. You spoke in the pre-game show about the amount of cricket they've got coming up. Go straight from here to the Caribbean for a multi-format tour, the Bangladesh Premier League, then on home soil, and then straight into the Champions Trophy. You lose today, and then you lose Monday as well. A 3-0 sweep to Afghanistan. It's not going to send you off to the Caribbean in the greatest of style. Instead, if they can close this out, This could be a chance because Rashid Khan is now the latest to go. And you have to say Mustafizur Rahman has really deserved that, really earned that. Mahmudullah, almost some anger and relief in taking the catch. Bangladesh on the brink.
Yeah, the reaction says it all. They know how important this wicket was. And it was the cutter again. The subtle wrist. And he was trying to hit it out of the ground. All he managed to do is hit it straight into the hands of Mahmudullah, who takes it easily. So Rashid departs, and so does the hope for Afghanistan. Gone for 14. Afghanistan 184 for 9.
.184 for 9 Afghanistan. Bangladesh need just 1 wicket to register victory and make a comeback in the series to level the series. Gajanfar and Farooqi, the last pair on the ground at the moment for Afghanistan. It's been challenging in the batting department. Trying to work through the onside. Huge appeal. Excellent comeback from Bangladesh bowlers. Rashid Khan trying to up the ante, trying to get a boundary, was held on the boundary. Excellent delivery, just taking the pace of the ball, inducing a false stroke. This has been smacked away through the onside for a single. But he's not going to take a run here.
Different times, right? At time, Rashid was not taking a single for Ala Muhammad Ghazanfar. Now Ghazanfar does not take a single for Fazalak Farooqi. What a turnaround this has been. Bangladesh really coming back nicely. Yeah! And he's bowled him. That is it. Bangladesh square the series. Nasoom has really bowled brilliantly, been the game changer. 3 wickets. And what a performance this has been.
Its first victory for Bangladesh after 6 defeats. After 29 years, they come here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium, and finally, Afghanistan has been beaten and Bangladesh securing a victory.
Well, absolutely, Bangladesh win this by 68 runs. It always didn't look easy. Chasing anything above 250 wouldn't be easy on a wicket in Sharjah. They should be very happy with the performance, and why not? This is how they got their victory in 29 years in Sharjah, and beating Afghanistan in this series, squaring the series. Nasoom Ahmed making a statement with his comeback.
Excellent redemption, first winning the toss and batting first, putting a competitive score. Good contribution from everyone in the batting department, in the bowling department. Spinners were very effective in conditions where spin plays a major part. Celebration time for Bangladeshi fans. A lot to learn for Afghanistan in the batting department, how to go about the challenge when the conditions are challenging. Haspat knows his wicket was a turning point in the game, you reckon?
Well, I think the catch from Medias and Miraj, that turned the equation into Bangladesh side. Siddiq Qatar looked really good for his 39, and then once that partnership was broken, Mustafiz inciting Ashmatullah Shahidi to go for a pull, a hook shot, didn't get the connection right, safely taken, and then the floodgate opened from 118 all the way to 184. Afghanistan losing 8 wickets and losing their way and losing the match.
It's not an easy task batting under lights here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium because of changing conditions. Dew plays a big part on other grounds to the delight of the batters. On this ground, it helps the spin bowlers in gripping and turning, but things can change for Afghanistan. 1 day left to practice and regroup and come back.
Well, Jonathan Trott got down and checked the dew. There wasn't, unfortunately. I think it was a really good toss for Shanto to win, and then deciding to bat first. It was a used wicket. It was always going to be difficult chasing down anything on that. And Bangladesh cashing out on the opportunity. What a brilliant display this has been. Winning it by 68 runs, and all bowlers, almost all of them been among the wickets.
Brilliant performance in the bowling department. Batters struggle to get the timing on this particular pitch. Atal looked good for his 39. A fighting half century from Shah, 52 of 76. Otherwise, no noticeable performance to talk about. Afghanistan all out for 184 in challenging conditions here at Sharjah. Partnership plays a significant part in arresting the momentum, but bowling 1 wicket for Shariful, Tuskin getting 1 wicket, 2 wickets for Miraj, Mustafizur 2, 3 for 28, the star of the show, Nasoom. So Bangladesh captain winning the toss and batting first, 252 for 7. Shanto getting brilliant half century, 76. 37 from the blade of Jacket to provide the impetus to the innings. Karoche taking 3 for 28, 2 for Rashid Khan, Gajan for 2 for 35. In response, Afghanistan have been bowled out for 184. Bangladesh winning by 68 runs. Nasoom taking 3 for 28, 2 for 37 for Miraj. We take a short break. When we come back, we will have the post-match presentation and analysis.
Well, what a fantastic second one-day international we have seen. Bangladesh fighting back to square this series and take the win by 68 runs. Let's get a look at the match summary here. It was a good total. We felt it was a slightly above par total that Bangladesh put on, 252 for 7. The star of that show was Najmul Hussain Shanto with his really good innings of 76, but a late contribution on ODI debut from Jakar Ali. He made 37 off just 27 deliveries, including those 3 sixes, and a good contribution too from Nasim Ahmed drove that 252. The stars of the show with the ball, Karote with 3 for, Khan and Kazanfer with 2 for, but then in the second innings, all about, well, a fantastic effort from Bangladesh. Nasim Ahmed, the star with the ball, 3 for, 2 wicket hauls also for Mehdi Hassan Miraz and Mustafizur Rahman, and ultimately Bangladesh have taken the win by 68 runs. Yeah, you're warm welcome along to the outfield here in Sharjah. We've seen a really good second one-day international. In some ways, it followed the trend of that first ODI. I've got two very wise men with me to my left to have a little bit of a chat about it. Attar Ali Khan and Ahmed Fadai, probably contrasting emotions for both of you. Attar, you've got off a plane, you've arrived here, and you've squared the series.
Well, you got to give it handed to a Bangladesh team, and knowing that Afghanistan were in a chance to wrap up the series, and to be able to do that, they had to stop them and stop them in their tracks to ensure that even after losing the first match, they would go in and try and win. Winning the toss and batting first, I thought was a big advantage. And even winning the toss, you need to put runs on the board. You rightly pointed out, I thought the skipper put his hand up. He's been having a magnificent time with the bat, especially against Afghanistan. And once again, he did not disappoint with the bat. And what about the late order flourish? Some quick fire knock from the debutant Jakar Ali and Nasum Ahmed to ensure they get past 250. And once they got that 250 on the board, it was always very difficult, especially on the strike, chasing that total.
Yeah, real all-round show from Nasum Ahmed. You think about kind of that golden generation of Bangladeshi players, who's going to replace them? Najmul Hussain, Shanto very much stepping up. Ahmed, 253, the chase for Afghanistan. They've played so much cricket here. I think it's their 19th ODI at this venue alone. Generally, they tend to win a lot of them. In fact, 29, sorry. They've won 19 of them. They've lost 10 of them. Now they've lost 11. Where did it go wrong in that chase for them?
Well, I think overall, 250, anything above that is never easy chasing it in Sharjah. Attar, I'll take the cue from what he said. Winning the toss was a big advantage. It was the same wicket that was used in the first ODI. It was never going to be easy chasing anything above 250. And then talk about the game awareness from the Bangladesh side. They knew the value of the wicket. When they came down into the last power play, they lost 2 wickets in quick succession. Then they put together some partnership, and only in the last 5 overs they cashed it out with 52 runs in the last 5 overs. From Afghanistan viewpoint, they got the fielding wrong. They were really sloppy in the field, gave away some runs, provided chances, catches were dropped. But also when it comes down to chasing, you just have to keep scoreboard ticking. Unfortunately, there was a period from the middle overs where the score had dried up. So you leave so much for the later batters to come and chase it down.
Yeah, we're getting a look at the wickets on the screen here, and you can see there was certainly, even though the seamers were in the wickets as well, Attar, there was a particular focus on taking the pace off the ball, and that's something that Mustafizur Rahman did so well.
Well, he's a class actor. Don't forget the fact that he started his career with a bang, but then he had a few injury issues. But he looks to be in good rhythm. He looks very fit. He's very keen and eager to do well for his country, and to be able to do that in this fashion. Remember, the slower delivery, the cutters, has been his weapon for such a long time. And if you get something from the surface in terms of assisting those cutters, because the spin, it is spin friendly wicket. If you look at what has happened in the past, the spinners have taken more wickets here than the seamers. But he's a different proposition because he does vary his pace, takes the pace off the ball. He can bowl a heavy ball. At the same time, he can bowl those cutters, which is very, very difficult for the batters to do.
Something he did so well, didn't he? Attar, someone you know very well, someone I know very well, Phil Simmons. He's a very cool and calculated character. But this first win as Bangladesh head coach, he's come in kind of a little bit at late notice for an interim period up until the end of the Champions Trophy initially. This will just give him a little bit of relief. He'll be delighted to get that first victory.
Look, I've known Phil for a very long time, Andrew, and to be able to understand what he believes in, and he's managed a lot of sides in the past. So he has just taken over Bangladesh, and he believes that he has a bunch of players who can get better. I think that is the key word from him. Whatever he has seen, maybe the last time he was here against South Africa, remember against the Test series, the batting struggled. But after today's win, he would have some sense of relief, and at the same time looking at the players who can do wonders, because there's so much cricket left. And I think you've got to give him some time for him to embrace the players, understand them better, and have a really good relationship among the players and the coach.
Ahmed, for Afghanistan, not a huge number of positives in the chase, but another 50 for Rahmat Shah, the leading ODI run scorer of all time. How important was that run out?
Well, I think that was a game-changing moment. It was the wickets falling in cluster, and then all of a sudden Afghanistan pushed onto the back foot. I think there were some really big moments in the game. Talk about the catch that was taken by Mehdi Hasan Miraj. I think that was the turning point.
Shumar Sharkar reached earlier on or took a blinder.
Oh,
in
that's
the slip.
Shumar Sharkar.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about Mehdi Hasan Miraj.
Yeah, he also took a very good catch.
Yeah, that's true. Taking the catch of Siddiqullah Atar. I think he looked a very set batter for me. And I think he was finding his feet when his wicket was taken. Then that partnership between Rahmat Shah and Ashmatullah Shahidi kind of brought Afghanistan into the game. But then Fizz taking the wicket of Ashmatullah, and the wicket started falling. And then all of a sudden, Afghanistan losing their way, Rahmat Shah getting run out, and the chase going nowhere, unfortunately.
Just to add on to that, I mean, I was talking about that catch taken by Shumar Sharkar in the slip. That was of Rahmanullah Gurbaz, because he's a dangerous player. Now he's missed out twice in 2 games, so it'll be interesting to see what he does with the bat in the second one.
Couple of excellent catches, there's no doubt. The good news is it sets us up brilliantly for that decider on Monday. Okay, I think we're all set for that post-match presentation. Let's get over to Ramiz Raja, your MC for that.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your presence, and we're ready with the match presentation. Bangladesh playing a perfect hand to nail this one, and so the series is 1-1 all and making it an interesting battle for the last one. First of all, I'd like to thank the sponsors, Etisalat, Walton, Super Cola, Marhaba Auctions, Tylox, Adina Perfume, and Rue for their valuable contributions. I will now introduce the match presentation party. Mr. Noor Ali Zadran, former Afghanistan national team player, he's the coach of under-19, is here with us. Mr. Ziaur Rahman Safi, sales director, Etisalat, Afghanistan. Najur Rahman Azizi, marketing specialist, Afghanistan Cricket Board. Mr. Aziz Gul Mohammed, board member of Marhaba Auctions. And Mr. Said Badshah, owner, Adina Platform. We've got some individual awards. The first is the most sixes of the match. Check Afghani 50,000 goes to Jakar Ali, hit 3 sixes. May I invite Jakar to please come forward and receive the award from Mr. Said Badshah. Making an impact on debut, Jakar Ali. Terrific innings. Aziz Gul Mohammed to present the stylish player of the match. Check Afghani 50,000 to Rahmat Shah. Game changer of the match, check Afghani 50,000 goes to Nasum Ahmed, 25 runs and 3 wickets. Contributed to the win, Najur Rahman Azizi to present the award. May I now invite the Afghanistan captain to please come forward and have a few words with us. That's your mark. Keep that smile on, because all is not lost. It was a tough game, tough to handle the pressure chasing a score on a used pitch.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Yes, I can say it was a tough. I think they have scored 40 runs in the last 5 overs, so that was the reason. And we did well, but as you know that the wicket was used. We played first game here, so it was a tough on second innings batting.
What are the other lessons learned? I mean, what do you need to do it right for the next match then?
I think the first 10 hours, the way we bowled was, it was not up to the mark. And also last 5 hours cost us because we give away more runs. So we will think about it. And I think in the batting, we lost some back-to-back wickets. And we should have had some partnerships in between. But we will sit and we will think about it and we will talk about it.
Best of luck. As I said, all is not lost. There's another game. There's a chance for you to win the series. Best of luck for that game.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Right. May I now invite Najmul Hasan Shanto, is not only the captain but player of the match award winner as well. Ziaur Rahman Safi to give away the award. Terrific innings of 76. And a win to go with it. Match trophy is being presented by Noor Ali Zadran. How's the health bulletin then? How are you doing?
Feel a little better, but still there is something. So I have to wait till next match.
How satisfied are you with that 76-run knock? Because it was kind of like a glue for the side because you needed that effort to keep things rolling.
To be very honest, I'm not happy. Probably I need to bat a bit more longer because the wicket quite difficult to bat, especially against the spin. So I should have bat a bit longer. But the way I start, I was happy with my start.
It was not only about how well Bangladesh batted today, but fielding was great. The bowling effort was outstanding. Yes, it was a used pitch, but still you had to get the job done.
Yeah, I think the way Miraj, Nasum bowling, I think credit goes to them, and the way we start, especially with the new ball, Taskin again take Gurbaz. He is an important batter. So I think all the batting bowling group did great job, and then what I want from the fielding side, a lot of energy in the field. So they delivered today, and I was very happy with that.
Zakir Ali, Nasim, you know, at the end really made the difference, didn't they?
Obviously, I think rather than my batting, the way they finish, it looks like we got the momentum, and that's what I want from Zakir, and especially lower middle order, someone like Nasum. So very happy the way he batted, and I hope they will continue their batting like this.
Fantastic win. Go well for the last one.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So that was the winning captain, and that ends the presentation ceremony from down here as well.
Our thanks to the great man there hosting our post-match presentation. That's Ramiz Raja, and this is the confirmation that the series is tied at 1 apiece. Bangladesh taking the win, a very comprehensive win in the end by 68 runs. In many ways, the first two ODIs mirroring each other. The side winning the toss, batting first, taking the win. Yeah, great to have you back with us here on the outfield of this historic stadium. We've had a really entertaining series, I must say. Both of these sides building up for the Champions Trophy. Attar Ali is still with me. Attar, let's start with you, if you don't mind. Few signs Bangladesh coming back to their best, and plenty more big names to come into this team as well.
It is also important to note what Nazmul Shanto said at the presentation while accepting his Player of the Match award from Ramiz Raja. When he was asked that, were you satisfied? He said, no, I'm not satisfied. I think that's a very good sign, even though he scored 70 odd runs, which was very crucial, ended up scoring 250. But to be able to understand and to be able to understand the role that his team needs him to play, why not get 100? Why not just stay on a bit longer? He understands that fact, and that's something, a message which goes across in the dressing room also. The ones who get in must get, and Shummu Sharkar also had a start.
I think it's a very powerful message. I fully agree with you, and I think that's a great piece of leadership. He's still just 26 years of age.
And recently he has been handed over to lead the side in all three formats of the game, Andrew. So the team management, the selectors, feel that he's the right person to take Bangladesh forward. Hopefully he can get better and better, because there will be at times he will be criticized for his role as a captain, maybe the field placement and the bowling changes, but in the end, if you score runs, you let your bat do the talking, and then you end up winning the match, then everything falls in the right place.
Yeah, certainly a very, very happy Bangladesh camp right now. Ahmed Fadai, you're also still here with us. Thanks for staying with me right into the evening. Afghanistan, they don't like losing, do they? They've almost got addicted to winning with this last 12 months that they've had. Do you think Jonathan Trott will be having a few maybe cross words with some of his team? We saw him look quite unhappy towards the latter stages of that second innings.
Well, I think any coaches will have a talk with the team, and will discuss the points where the Afghanistan team faulted. And there are a few areas where Afghanistan should blame themselves. Drop-in catches never help the cause. You look at Bangladesh, they hold on to catches, they win the matches. And for the first time in 29 years, registering a win in Sharjah means a big thing for Bangladesh. They are getting back into their rhythm, which is just ahead of the Champions Trophy, and is a good sign for them. On the contrary, for Afghanistan, I think they had a good chance to win the series, seal the series, but now they still have another opportunity ahead of them. And it's good that they still have an opportunity where they sit together, they look at it, and they try and improve the areas where they have, for instance, faulted. The ground fielding, for instance, have to be looked at. Catches has to be very, very spot on, and then they need to keep ticking the scoreboard. They need to keep rotating the strikes, take the single and the double, and Rahmanullah Gurbaz has to step up. for Afghanistan to win.
Yeah, fully agree. He's got that difficulty in the second innings, doesn't he? What about Jacker Ali on his ODI debut? It was a real impact innings down towards the latter half of that first innings, and Bangladesh needed that, didn't they, after the 41st over, losing those 2 wickets, but he came in and he played really well.
Yeah, he started slowly, but then when he hit that particular 6, then he started to open his shoulders. He hit 2 in that particular over, 37 and 27 deliveries. And to be able to do that on debut, remember, he just made his test debut just last month when he played that knock of 58 in the second innings of that test match against South Africa. So he has loads of talent, and when you find a player who can do that, especially under pressure, then he's a special player. I hope he's fit enough, because he struggled with concussion in the past. As long as he's fit and as long as he's scoring runs, it is something, a big bonus for Bangladesh, especially at the lower order, because we've struggled in the past, the batters, but certainly he would give you something, a big hope.
That's our one more word. The other change to the team was Nasim Ahmed, wasn't it? So the 2 changes have almost been the 2 game changers for Bangladesh.
They picked the right ones, and they produced the goods with the ball and the bat. And what about him, Nasim Ahmed? Playing after a long time, after a long break, and he played some glorious shots under pressure. There's a saying, when the tough gets going, you are under tougher situation, and when you go and do that, that is something very good.
What about his bowling, and what about the way that Afghanistan didn't really counteract that, Ahmed? I thought Nasim Ahmed bowled really impressively.
Oh yeah, I mean, he's been impactful. I remember back in Bangladesh, in the T20 matches Afghanistan had, it was Nasim Ahmed providing that early breakthrough and then putting Afghanistan on the back foot. And once again, he comes back since the ODI World Cup, you rightly said it, and then making an impact, being the game changer. I mean, his wickets absolutely made the change, but also his cameo with the bat, the way they put together partnership and brought team to 250 plus.
Guys, before I let you go and before I thank you, I've got to put you both on the spot, and don't give me your one-word answer supporting your own country. Who's it going to be on Monday? Who's going to take this series win?
I mean, my guess is as good as yours. I can put you on that spot. But I think what we want to see is a good game of cricket. Yeah. And the team that goes and do better than the other team will go on to win. But I still feel with this win for Bangladesh, they'll be thinking they're in with a good chance to go and wrap up the series.
Well, Athar Ali Khan's a little bit on the fence. What about you, Ahmed Fidai?
See, I mean, as Athar said, and I'll take the cue from him, good game. It'll be a very competitive game, I tell you. Sharjah has been a place where Afghanistan have enjoyed playing cricket. Some players have shown form. Alamat Ghazanfar, for instance, Rashid Khan, for instance, Nabi Ben scored runs and taken wicket. So overall, it doesn't look so bad for Afghanistan as well. It's important they got a wake-up call, who knows, and maybe the final could really be a cracker of a game, and Afghanistan could possibly get the edge and win the series.
Well, given the season, it's fitting you're both turning very political all of a sudden and sitting on the fence. Gents, I want to thank you so much. We've really enjoyed having you with us. It's been a cracking series thus far. The great news is there is still more to come. This is on Monday the 11th of November. Please come and join us. This has been a Firebird production for the Afghanistan Cricket Board. For me, Andrew Leonard, it's good night. everything blind. Of both innings, luckily. Yeah. My screen is gone. My screen is gone again. Guys, hello. My screen is gone. I've got something. Okay. It's okay. Sorry. I've got something now. It's a pretty terrible view, but I've got something. It's Ramiz and Brian. I'll remember it. It's okay. Today? Attar. It's okay. It's okay. Is there any other cameras still on? I'm ready to go. I can't remember what I'm doing, but let's see. Here we go. Yep. And the match ident is welcome to the highlights, right? Yep. Yeah, my screen's just gone down again. No, my screen's gone. I now am back with a wide shot. Thank you. Welcome along to the highlights coverage of this second one-day international between Afghanistan and Bangladesh. Afghanistan with a dominating 1-0 victory in the first game. That was on Wednesday. Now here on Saturday, a Super Saturday in front of a packed crowd at Sharjah. Can Bangladesh square the series, or will Afghanistan go 2-0 up? This was the coin toss, and we saw it become a pretty crucial one the other day on Wednesday. And Bangladesh, this time, they won the toss and they had no hesitation in choosing to bat first. It's the same pitch that we played on 3 days ago, and what we tended to see in that first one-day international was that the pitch tended to get slower and lower and help the spinners as it went on. So Bangladesh looking to get a big total on the board and then try and defend it in the second innings. Two changes there were for Bangladesh. One of those enforced with that finger injury, a fracture of the finger for Mushfiqur Rahim, and in comes Jakar Ali for his ODI debut. The other was tactical. Out goes the leg spin of Rashad Hussain, and in comes Naseem Ahmed. Afghanistan, they've won the first game.